If you've been a fan of Nintendo over the years, you'll know that the Nintendo experience is different at every E3. We always look for the best way to introduce our most important content. And this year is no different. And that's why we're coming to you directly from our show booth on the set of Nintendo Treehouse Live. On the other side of the wall behind me, the finishing touches are being made before we open it up to thousands of industry insiders in just a couple of hours. That space will immerse visitors in the world of a single game, the newest entry in the Legend of Zelda franchise. What's in store is an entirely new format for a Zelda game. 3 decades ago, the first Zelda game changed the way millions of people thought about video games. And this week, you'll discover a game that could change that thinking again. Here's the first look at what awaits.
Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Wake up, Link.
The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild introduces you to a Hyrule that is truly seamless, where simply moving from one place to another begins to create what may be the adventure of a lifetime. And not only is this new world vast, but it feels alive. It teems with adventure. Throughout Link's quest, Hyrule will be a resource, an ally, an enemy, and always a place for discovery and wonder. This is easily one of the biggest experiences ever created by Nintendo. And today, you're going to get a close-up look. The portion of the game we're highlighting at E3, a wide-ranging plateau, may seem huge. In fact, no one here this week will be able to explore all of it. But even then, that plateau is only a tiny fraction of the full game map. We'll be devoting almost this full first day of Nintendo Treehouse Live coverage to just this one environment. Then, in the future, you'll learn more about the story, the characters, and the ways in which the boundaries of all previous Zelda titles are being broken. But in the end, full understanding and full immersion will only come when you experience it for yourself.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. I'm Ed, here with Bill and Noriko, as well as a very special guest, Mr. Ayanuma, has joined us here. We're going to talk a little bit about a little game here that I think a lot of people are excited about, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Before we jump right into things, though, Mr. Ayanuma, I think, is there anything, a message you have to the fans?
アヌマさんからファンへのメッセージを。
ゼルダのね、当たり前を見直すって言って作ってきたこの、ブレス・オブ・ザ・ワイルド、いっぱい話したいことあるんですけど、もうトレーラーも見ていただいたし、ファンの皆さんは早くゲーム見たいと思ってると思うんですね。なのでもうゲーム始めたいと思うんですけど。
So I've created this game thinking about breaking the conventions of Zelda, and I know that a lot of fans have seen the trailer, and they probably want us to jump right in. So why don't we get started?
Let's do it.
We're going to be showing a lot of The Legend of Zelda today, starting right here. We're going to show you what you can do, and we're going to introduce you to this amazing world, but we're going to try not to spoil anything, so feel free to tune in for as long as you like.
ネタバレなしで。
Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Wake up, Link.
This is a very mysterious place, Aonuma-san.
ちょっと神秘的な場所ですけれども。
そうですね。ゼルダの当たり前を見直すって言いながら、昔いつもと同じような目覚めるシーンから始まってますけどね。
I've talked about breaking the conventions of Zelda, but Link does start by waking up.
Keep that rooted in the tradition.
伝統を守るという感じでいいんじゃないでしょうか。
ただまあ本当にミステリアスな、ね、場所で。 不思議な感じですよね。
This really is a mysterious place, and it's kind of very.
That is a Sheikah slate. Take it. It will help guide you after your long slumber.
So here we see the introduction of a very mysterious item.
神秘的なアイテムが出てきましたが。
ね、ゼルダって今まで剣と魔法のね、そういう世界だったんですけど、今回はこんな何か新しいテクノロジーのような感じですね。
So in the past series, we've used swords and magic, but this time around, we introduced technology.
I know a lot of people are going to be so excited to see how that plays out in this game because that's such a great new wrinkle to add to the Zelda franchise.
シーガーストーンがどんな感じでゲームで使われるのかっていうのをファンの皆さんが期待していると思います。
でもやっぱり宝箱を開けるんです。
And he's going to start by opening the treasure box.
宝箱から出てきたのね、服なんですね。
These are clothing items that he can wear.
リンク今まで裸同然でしたから。
Link was pretty much naked.
これ裸でもできるけどね。
Oh, Bill, you can actually play this nude too if you want.
Not quite my style.
僕のスタイルではないのに遠慮しておきます。
はい、OK です。
That would also make you very vulnerable to enemies, just so you know.
で、敵にもちょっとそれで防備力が下がってしまう。
That will show you the way.
And so we see here one of the functionalities of the Sheikah Slate is activating
これがシーカストーンの
this
機
pedestal
能の一つです。
and opening this door here.
So it starts.
Link, you are the light. Our light. That must shine upon Hyrule once again. Now go.
画面にジャンプっていうふうに書かれてます。今回ね、初めてボタンでジャンプするようになりました。
So as you can see on the screen, it says jump. Now Link can jump for the first time.
そのジャンプはああやって壁を登るためなんですね。
And the jump is for him to climb up the wall.
Now we see the subtitle on screen. Perhaps this would be a good time for Aonuma-san to talk about that a little bit.
サブタイトルが画面に出てきましたけども、これについてちょっとご説明いただけますか。
ゼルダってね、今までアイテム名とかキャラクター名がサブタイトルにつくことが多かったんですけど、今回はね、この世界そのものの名前です。
So in the previous titles, we used character names and item names as subtitles, but this time around, we wanted to showcase the world of Zelda.
And I think, especially from that sweeping panoramic shot right there, we see how much of a character the world is, how much of a presence the world is in this. And I know, hearing some of the iterations of possibilities for the subtitle, and you know, I remember the moment when I first heard Breath of the Wild, and it was just like, oh, that's it, that's the right one. It felt so right with this. In tune with the nature and the sort of expansiveness of this world.
このゲームの背景を見たり、その自然の要素っていうのを見ていると、初めてそのサブタイトルを伺った時に、あ、もうこれだ、これがもうぴったり合うっていうふうに感じました。はい、こうやってね、どんどんね、壁とか山とか登っていけるんですね。So Link can climb the mountain or the wall, just like you saw here.
で横に緑色のゲージがありますけど、頑張りゲージって言って、あれが続く限り登っていけるわけです。
So that is the green. You see the green gauge on the left. That's the stamina gauge, and you can kind of see how much he can climb by that gauge.
で、世界に転がっていろんなものをね、どんどん手に入れることができるわけ。
And then there's a lot of items scattered all around the world, and you can take those. You can pick those up.
任天堂といえば。
And then, as Nintendo, we of course have to have this item right here, mushrooms.
We love our mushrooms.
このキノコは大きくなったりしませんけど。
This mushroom is not going to make Link any bigger.
Good to know.
はい。大きな岩とかもね、落ちたりいろいろしてこうやってその世界にあるいろんなものにこうリンクがこういろいろアクションできるんですね。
So as you can see, Link can push off big rocks down the hill. He can use all these little items and elements and incorporate it into gameplay.
See already, Bill doing some gathering, a lot of climbing here. And already there's this sense of you're just thrown into this world of exploration right off the bat.
Head for the point marked on the map in your Sheikah slate.
Somebody's calling you, Bill.
So here we get our first look at the map. This circular area here being the extent of the E3 demo that we're showing. This is a high plateau in the center of Hyrule. we'll give you just a sneak peek of how big that is, but I think you'll get to see a better look at the scale of the world later on today.
ハイラルの真ん中に位置しているE3 バージョンで見れるマップは後でまた別の機会にお見せしましょう。
Oh, I got a baked apple.
焼きリンゴですね。
あ、怒られちゃいました。
No, you took a baked apple.
He scolded you.
Oh. Now, who is this gentleman, Mr. Aonuma? Would you like to share with people?
この男性は誰なんでしょうか。ご説明いただけますか。
不思議ですね。
He's kind of myserious looking.
ね、一番最初のゼルダで出会ったのもこういう老人でしたよね。
And in the first of the series, I think you met a guy like this.
He says this is the Great Plateau, and he describes it as the birthplace of the Kingdom of Hyrule.
ハイラル王国の誕生の地、始まりの大地という。
もうちょっとなんか遺跡のような感じになってしまって神殿ですね。
So you can see the temple that's very worn down.
Yes, he says the kingdom is in a state of decay.
なんか王国がちょっと崩壊しているっていう。
どういうこと？
So I picked up a tree branch earlier. Currently, it's all I have for a weapon, but you can see very quickly the things that I can do with a tree branch.
でさっき枝をピックアップしたんですけども、これが唯一の今持っている武器なんだけども、結構いろんなことができる。
そうですね。
I can.
いろんなことできますけど、そんなにいろいろ火つけたら大変なことになりますよ。
You can do a lot of things, but you can't just set everything on fire.
Right. I think we've just seen a window into Bill's play style.
ビルのプレイスタイルが今ちょっと垣間見れましたね。
I picked up an axe, and so I can also swap my weapons out. So I'll switch over to the axe. The axe is great because I can chop down trees if I want to get to some apples.
Use all the resources.
Right? I can even chop the logs that I've cut to get firewood, which I can later use to set a campfire.
丁寧に全部こう紐で巻いてあるってすごいですね。
So it's very nice, neatly bundled up already for you.
It's amazing.
Convenient. Yeah, I think honestly, first time I got my hands on the ROM, I spent the first 20 minutes like chopping down trees and climbing trees. That's all I did.
はじめこのゲームを初めてプレイした時に、とりあえずもうなんか木を切り倒したり、木登ったりすることに集中してました。
はい。
I've always been a big fan of the Koroks.
この子たちはね、この世界の至る所にこう隠れてるんです。
So these guys are actually hiding everywhere in the world here.
Oh, what do we have there?
あれ
Aonuma-san, it looks like I've already come across the Master Sword.
見つかったか。
Maybe you found it.
見つかってしまったか。
Did you get it already? Did you find it?
あ、まずい。
Oh.
残念でした。
No.
Sorry.
こんなところにね、そんな重要なものが置いてあるわけないですよ。
There's no way I'm going to play something that important here.
That would be the ultimate in breaking with the Zelda conventions.
それはなんかゼルダの当たり前を見直すっていうのの一番。
Now I do need a shield, so I think I'm gonna run up this way. As you can see, the world is open to me. I can go any direction that I want, but I'm gonna run up here through the grass. I have a sword, so perhaps I should cut some grass.
草を切って。
ね。
But nothing's coming out.
でも何も出てきません。
これさ、もうリンクはダメージ受けたらどうやって回復するんだって話ですよね。
So I guess you want to know how Link can get life
はい。じゃあちょっと敵と
after
戦って
getting
み
a
ましょう。
damage. So let's try fighting some of these enemies.
Bill has stumbled onto a goblin camp here.
Oh,
He's gonna dispatch them with some extreme prejudice here, I think.
there we go. It's not much of a shield, but I've got a pot lid.
とりあえずシールドをゲットしました。
Uh-oh. Oh, he's taunting me. Oh no, I'm gonna need some health here in a bit.
So, and his sword broke,
壊
so...
れちゃいましたね。
Uh-oh.
Oh, your shield broke.
Oh, there's the
I
shield?
stole his spear.
今回ね、リンクが持ってる武器はね、使ってるうちに壊れちゃうんですよ。
So for this title, the weapons that Link have actually will break as he uses them.
で、今ビルも敵からこうやって武器を奪いましたけど、こうやってね、どんどん強い敵倒して強い武器を手に入れる。そういうサイクルでこのゲームは進みますね。
So the cycle of this game is that you go into a battle with enemies and then you take their weapons, and then so you can use them as your own.
So perhaps we'll head down and check out some of these ruins.
ビル、ハートなくなっちゃったじゃない。
Oh,
回復し
yes.
なきゃ。
Your heart's getting a little lower, Bill.
ハートをどうやったら回復できるかというと、
So let's
そ
see
の
how you
キノ
can.
コを取ってましたけど、その下にハートのマーク見えますよね。
So you can see that little heart icon on the
これはハート
mushroom,
が半分回復することを指してます。
and then it shows that you can get half of the heart back if you eat it.
今回はね、草を切ってハートで回復するんではなくて、リンクは物を食べて回復します。
So this time around, you're not going to find any hearts in the grass, but you're going to be eating these food items, and you can get your energy, stamina back up.
Using that way to replenish your health. I love that notion of really having to take advantage of the resources in the world with grabbing the weapons we were talking about. You know, you're getting those from enemies, you're finding them in certain places, and then using the food as this resource to keep your health up is also really interesting. It's a lot of fun.
周りにある敵の武器だったり
That was
食
brutal.
べ物だったりそうやってリソースを駆使して進めていくっていうゲームのスタイルがすごく楽しいです。
そうですね。だからね、ちょっとねサバイバルな感じですよね。現地でとにかくいろんなものを調達しなきゃいけないっていう。
So it's almost like a survival game where you have to collect all these items so you can move on with the game.
Executing the flurry rush.
ね、あれは今敵の攻撃に対してビルがうまくこうジャンプで避けたんですよね。そうするとスローモーションになって敵にヒットを与えやすくなるんですね。
So when you get a perfect timing, the enemy slows down and then it's easier for you to attack the enemies.
Looks like I got a new pair of trousers, which I've been needing to pick up. So,
新しいパンツをゲットしたので、これに着替えます。
okay. You can see that there's quite a lot to look around at and discover in the world. I'm going to run past those barrels there.
周りにいろいろあるので、いろいろと探求心というか、辺りを見回すのがすごく楽しいです。
Now, Aonuma-san, we don't have a good idea of what's going on in Hyrule here, but everything seems to be in ruin.
ちょっとハイラルが荒廃化というか、なんか遺跡化してしまっているので。
そうですね。これも昔のトレーラーでもお見せしました今回のトレーラーに似たガーディアンですね。
So you saw these guys in the trailer, they're guardians.
っていう敵なんですけど、今動かなくなっちゃってますねもう。
And they're enemies, but as you can see, these guys are not moving anymore.
だからなんかその間にこう時間の経過っていうのがあるんでしょうね。
So there must be some sort of a time lapse.
So I know a lot of people are going to be really excited about how you're dropped into this world, and there's minimal backstory. There's not a lot up front in this game other than here you are. What are you going to do? What do you want to do? Where do you want to go? And then yet there's so many hints in this environment about that hint of something greater has happened, and I think people will be really interested to see the story sort of unfold as they play the game.
ゲームが始まってから、どのような舞台設定なのかっていうのはユーザーさんの方でまだ詳しく分かりませんけども、こうやってゲームを進めていくうちにいろいろとヒントが見つかって、こんなんなんじゃないか、あんなんなんじゃないかっていうふうに考え始めることでユーザーさんも楽しまれるんじゃないでしょうか。
そうですね。 やっぱりそういうことが自然とこう分かってくるっていうのが面白いじゃないですか。ゲームって端的にこういろいろ伝えたくなっちゃうんですけど、今回はねそういうところがもうじわじわとこう分かってくる形になってるので、ぜひ楽しみにしてほしいと思いますね。
So I think with this title, you'll be able to learn these backstories, like you said, Ed. That you'll be able to learn them little by little on your own pace. It's not that the game is telling you, but you can kind of explore and find out on your own.
This might also be a good time to talk a little bit about the art style and just the nature of the game itself. If you look at Link and the world, it's clearly deeply inspired by Japanese animation.
で、今このリンクのアートスタイルなんかを見ると、日本のアニメに随分と影響を受けているんじゃないかっていうふうなことが感じられますけど、どうでしょうか。
そうですね。ゼルダでいうとね、風のタクトの時にトゥーンっていう表現を使って、そのアニメーションの表現を取り入れてみたんですけれども、それはね、そういう世界が広くその自然の中にものがあるんですけど、それをはっきり分からせるためには描き込むよりももっと簡素なマイナスしていくね、削っていってはっきりそれを分からせる、こういうアニメーションの技法の方がゲームには向いてると思うんですね。
So we've used this tune-like style before in the previous title, but in order for the players to see an item, to find an item, it's actually easier to use the animation style where you create something and then you shave off the elements, so the users will be able to identify the items easier rather than adding on elements to the background.
なのでそのアニメーションっていうその技法を使って表現するっていうことがテーマではなくて、それをねゲームの規模に合わせてそれを選んだっていうことなんですね。
So the theme here is not that we wanted to create an animation style game, but we wanted to use this art style and then match it to the functions of this game.
And you see here the time limit on the demo that people will have access to on the show floor.
Yeah, we were supposed to disable that. That was my mistake.
That's all right. That's all right. These things happen.
What we can do is we'll skip through a few things.
It's an organic playthrough. It's true to the nature of the game itself.
で、ゲームの本当の自然な形に今沿っているので、こんなこともあるんじゃないか。
そうですね。今日体験してもらえるものを生で皆さんにも感じてもらったってことですよね。
So yeah, this is something that the users will experience tonight on the show floor. So.
And I think people saw, that actually gives people at home a sense of how much time people are going to have here. And as Reggie said, nobody's going to be able to explore even just this small area that we're showing here at E3. And that speaks to just how large this experience is going to be. And I think that people are going to be really excited to just get that little taste of it.
さっきレジも言ってましたけれども、本当に今回ショーフロアでデモをしても本当に一部の部分しか、マップの一部しか、ゲーム内の一部しかプレイできないので、今のこの切れてしまいましたけれども、それでどれぐらいの本当に短い時間にどれぐらいちょっとしか見れないかっていうのが、ビューアーの皆さんにも分かった、視聴者の皆さんにも分かったんじゃないか。
そうですね。
But in going back and talking about the art style, the colors are very reminiscent of a type of paint called gouache. And gouache was actually it's a material that is used frequently in animation. But it's also a material that's used in a style of painting that is called en plein air, or in English, open air painting, where you go out into the environment and you sit down in front of the object that you intend to paint, and you paint it in that real world setting. And then, as we started looking at the art style and its similarities to gouache and that connection, we also started to feel that the music in the game also has a very open air feeling to it. Isn't that correct, Aonuma-san?
このアートスタイルも随分そうやってグワッシュとか使っているような感じのスタイルですけれども、音楽自体もとてもなんかオープンエアっていうテーマにぴったりな気がするんですけども、そこら辺のご説明っていうのをお願いできますか。
ね、どこに行って何をするのも自由な今回のゲームなのでね、あるルートに沿って遊んでってもらって、その間に音楽を盛り立てていくみたいなことが今回は使えないんですね。
So because the players will be able to explore and do anything that they want to, we couldn't use the conventional types of music where we know that where the users would go, and we can kind of get the music more dynamic as the users explore certain areas of the map. So this time around, we kind of took a different approach.
なので今回は、ゲームの BGM をですね、環境音、今大自然の中のこの音がありますけど、それに融合させるような BGM の使い方をしてるんです。
So as you can hear, there's a lot of environmental sounds that you hear throughout the game, and then we try to blend that music, that sound into the game as much as we can.
先ほどから見ていただいてたまにこう流れてくるピアノのねがあると思うんですけど。
And then you can hear a little piano, sounds of piano throughout the game, I think.
ピアノのね音っていうのはこの自然の音にすごくマッチするんですね。
And then the sounds of piano actually matches this nature element very well.
なおかつ人の内面にこう働きかけるような響きを。
And then the sounds of piano actually kind of strikes a chord in people's emotions too. So I think it works really well.
なのでリンクが何かの目的のもとで何かをしようとしているときにたまたま偶然にまたそのピアノの曲に出会うとですね、ぐっと気持ちが盛り上がってくるんですね。
So when you're playing the game and when Link goes through something, and then if that piano sound happens to come on, it kind of it makes you feel so emotional just hearing that perfect match of the movement and the music.
だって本当の偶然の出会いなんですよ。だから100人いたら100人の人が違う体験をするっていう、それを感じてほしくてそういう。
So the music is our intention was to, because this game it has 100 ways of playing it if there is 100 players playing it. So we kind of wanted to make that that very unique experience for every player.
I know longtime fans of the series, that's going to be one of the first things they notice. You know, there's not the constant theme music always present everywhere you go. And this new take on the sort of on the aural experience is really refreshing. It's true to the game, and it does resonate. It feels really good to play.
ゼルダファンにとっては常にこうテーマ音楽が流れているようなバックグラウンド流れているような感じではないので、やっぱり今回のBGM に関してはすごくみんな気づくと思うんですけれども違いに。でもやっぱり青沼さんがおっしゃったように本当に心にグッとくるような音楽なので、すごくこのプレイスタイルに合っていると思います。
よかったです。
Yeah, I'm really happy to hear that, Ed.
Bill continuing
There we
his
go.
campaign of brutality.
裸ですね。
Yes, I forgot to.
Bill Link,
Sorry, I forgot to put my pants on.
you kind of rushed
Just like
yourself.
any other day.
So we do have, one of the things that we're not showing in this morning segment that's going to be coming up in just a little bit is puzzle solving. You'll be seeing some of that today. You'll be seeing quite a bit of exploration and the ways to use the objects that you've discovered. But one of the things, there's a lot of different ways that you can kind of experiment with the environment and the world here in Breath of the Wild. So I'm just going to have a little bit of fun with a little project I want to try out here.
後々午後のセグメントでは謎解きだったりいろいろな他のマップの他のエリアの探求なんかもしますけど、ちょっと今回はビルがやりたかったビルのプロジェクトにちょっと今集中して。
集中して何をしてんのこれ。
Oh. Okay, well.
I like that you call this setup a project, Bill.
Let's see.
ほぼ何がしたいか分かりません。
I don't know what you're trying to do here, Bill.
Let's see if it's close enough. Nope. Oh.
Get another club?
Let's see if we can make that happen. Oh, no, not quite.
なんとなく分かった。
Try one
Maybe I have
more.
an idea here.
Oh,
Hey, you live.
I did. I survived.
死なずに。
Well done.
Now,
でもかなりやばい状態
that
なんで
was
But look at your heart, Bill.
that was quite dangerous.
Thank you for joining us for Bill's
Actually,
project.
we have a little, we have a little bit of news. I think everybody has been excited for some special Zelda items coming to Miitomo.
あ、なんかミートモに新しいゼルダのアイテムが登場するということで。
We've just been told that those items will be going live at 3 p.m. Pacific time, so be sure to check into Miitomo today to get your free Zelda-themed items there. We have a lot more Zelda coming up today.
A lot more Zelda.
As we've talked about, we're really focusing on introducing you to the world, the things you can do in the world, how you're going to be surviving. It's really all about the actions and the activities. You won't be seeing so much in terms of characters and story. So if you're the type of person who doesn't want to be spoiled, feel free to tune in all day.
Yeah.
で今日も午後からいろいろとキャラクターとストーリーというにフォーカスしたものではなくて、他の要素にフォーカスしたツリーハウスライブのセグメントがあるので皆さんご覧になってください。
まだまだたくさん伝えたいことがありますのでよろしくお願いします。
There's so much more I want to tell you about this game, so please look forward to it.
Yes, so stay tuned. We're going to take another look at our next segment. We're going to be focused on some exploration. So thank you, Noriko, Mr. Ainuma. Thank you, Bill. Thank you very much for your time. And don't go anywhere. We got more Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild coming up.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. I'm Sam, joined by my colleagues Nate, Chico, and Teresa. So just a few minutes ago, Anuma-san gave us an introduction to Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild and the Plateau. And now we're going to do some exploring and just check out a little bit more of what the Plateau has to offer.
Yeah, and yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Let's do it. Let's do some climbing, shall we?
Yeah. So Mr. Anuma and Bill kind of looked around the bottom of the temple. So now I'm going to go up and see how the world will look like.
It should be noted that the first time I found this temple, I tried to climb up the other side where there's no ladder, and I fell and I died.
Yeah, I didn't know there's a ladder either.
You did that and you felt so proud of yourself?
Yeah, I did.
And it was only later you walked around and was like, oh, ladder.
Yeah, well, the game encourages you to climb. What can I say? I figured I was doing the right thing.
Have to be careful.
Steady.
No!
We already had Bill set himself on fire.
That
it's
is
all right.
true.
Even if you plunge your death, I don't think it's.
Does that mean we have to ramp it up now? We're just going to, we have to beat him, I think, on the glorious death front.
All right, then I'm just going to go up.
Challenge accepted.
This is my favorite moment. When I go up to the peak, I can actually see the sun coming up.
Yeah, it's kind of scary actually how many times I've done that playing early builds of this game where you just sort of you want to get to high spaces so you can just look around different times of day, different weather, you know, just the scenery is so fantastic.
That's interesting how much it changes, and especially here since we don't have any control as we're showing this game off to what the weather's going to do, so it's nice right now that we've got a good scene to show people, but it could just easily be raining and.
So since this is an exploration segment, I kind of want to try to explore a lot, and I'm going to try to head toward the highest peak in this plateau, which I think is that thing.
Yes.
So I'm going to use the scope. And see, so using the scope, you can actually pin things, so you can see where you're heading toward. So right now I'm right here, and I'm trying to go to the Mount Hylia, the highest peak on this plateau we're on.
And it's crazy thinking this is just the plateau that we have visible here, but this is a tiny portion of the world.
Yeah.
Yep. This is how big the world is.
Having the topographical details on the map too are hugely important. It's like when you look at it, when you're sitting there staring at your map and trying to figure out how to get somewhere, you can see obviously if you have huge elevation gains that you have to get over, planning your route becomes really important.
Yep. And just for the Treehouse Live, Mr. Anuma gave us a very special board. So we can actually use the paraglider in this one. So I'm going to try to take the scenic route.
You're going in the drink. You're going in the water.
Oh, no.
We're going to make it.
Maybe. I will make it. Yes. Oh, wait, there's something here.
Resources.
Shiny.
Yeah.
That's actually one thing I found really useful about being able to plan your location before you actually get going, because the number of times I've gotten waylaid by collecting stuff or hunting, or I'm just totally off of where I intended to go, and then I can check and be like, oh yeah, I was supposed to go over there. I should get back to that when I'm done collecting stuff.
No, that happens all the time. Like every nook and cranny. I mean, it's not like you're going to find, this incredible sword around every nook and cranny, but there's always something. It's like whether it's an apple or it's something that you're going to use later on. There's secrets everywhere, so you get really distracted.
And I collect everything I see.
I feel like I just saw Bill doing a naked speed run down this path. Like, luckily we're going a different route. He went down the path, we're going up.
Yep, we're going to the different direction. Oops. So this is actually the peak or the cliff Link first come out from the Resurrection Cave, I think. That's where it was, I think. Yeah. And he came up right here.
Hey, in case anybody's wondering too, because we obviously just went through Mr. Aonuma's section, the first time you pick something up, it stops and tells you what it is, but thereafter, if you pick up the same item, you're not going to get interrupted with sort of that little text bubble telling you what it is. You just pick it up and just keep rolling.
Okay. So my destination is actually behind me, but I'm going to try to go around this cave and do some climbing and jumping.
I love to do that. It's so interesting how with this game, so much of it is being able to take your adventure into your own hands, do whatever you want to do, go where you want to go, and starting the game, one of the first things you can do is just run yourself off.
Dive off the cliff. Yeah, I totally did that.
Yeah, I found I've made many entertaining mistakes as I've been exploring, and I've gotten a little maybe overenthusiastic.
But I mean, somebody could have, instead of going down that path as the game sort of gently guides you to do, somebody could have just taken a left out of that cave and come right up here if they wanted to.
Yep.
And then they'd get in trouble.
You decided what to do. Oh, wait.
Oh, Chico, come on.
Oh, really? I missed him.
Chico, it should be noted, for those of you guys who are watching, Chico likes to shoot everything that moves, but you don't have to do that, of course. Obviously, you can survive and play this entire game without hunting innocent animals like Chico. Well, no, and bad animals. Bad animals.
I'm an animal lover, so, you know.
Girls got to eat.
And actually, this is something that folks probably noticed during the Aonuma segment, that this area is really taken over by bokoblins. So you have to be really careful as you're running around these hills.
Like that.
There are all these little encampments that you can run across. And depending on which direction you come at them from, you could be climbing from the other way, crest that hill, and suddenly you're smack in the middle of this camp.
Yeah. These guys have a really sweet camp. Look at the view from that camp. That is where I would camp.
And they have meat. I want meat.
Nice roll.
So much for their peaceful camping.
Oh, you missed it.
You got their attention, though.
Wait.
That's all right. They're stupid.
They're not.
They might just
They're like, that was just an exploding grasshopper. Yeah, just went over there and blew up.
Oh.
Nice roll.
Maybe not. I think there's a really
you got a good
taking it.
Oh man, Chico's taking it in her own hands.
I wanted to get them before they get that weapon, but...
Oh, you went over the side. Chico, come on.
What? I'm just trying to
These dudes are chilling. They're like, we got our permit, we got our giant hunk of meat, we're gonna have a little camp.
Oh, they were looking forward to such a good time.
No, they're bad. They're bad creatures.
Look at this giant meat.
Yeah,
it's glistening.
You gotta grab that.
Yes, I have.
It looks so delicious.
Oh, seared. Well, would have been a good meal for them.
Yeah, well, I will enjoy it for them.
Finders keepers. They're no longer here, so it's all Chico's.
And now you're going to burn their stuff. That's good.
Just to make sure. You can set fire on that thing.
Oh, there might be something in there.
Maybe. I should wait.
Yeah, it's so interesting when we saw the that rolling issue we were having over that crest there, but you really have to take physics into account whenever you're doing anything in this game.
Look at that. There's something more.
Oh yeah, go down there.
Well, it's going to have a really real effect on what's going on.
Stuff everywhere. Yeah. So this is ore. You can of course whale on this. You could also blow it up. Various minerals and other things.
Yeah. I should do that.
You got to save that axe. It's like you might need that. Maybe a square bomb.
Wait, I have to change it. Okay. So there are two different types of remote bomb in this one, and the square one is much easier to just keep it in place. Oops, I won't do it.
And the spheres unfortunately were all the shadows.
It's a big old cloud just went overhead.
Actually, can we look up for a second? I just want to see if that cloud's...
Yeah, hold on.
It might have been a zeppelin. I'm just kidding. There's no zeppelins in this game. Just weather, I think.
It's fast. It's good. I was a little worried a storm was rolling in and everything was going to start getting all slippery.
There's another camp over there. So one of the different things about this game is that many of the bokoblins actually live in the camp instead of just scattering around.
Yeah, that's true. You run into some monsters that are just sort of wandering the environment, but they actually have their own little communities. They'll gather in camps and
just having fun until Link comes over,
making their evil plots.
I like Chico's showing right here, right now. It's that you have all this environment to explore and at your own pace, and you can just climb everything and just try to investigate in different ways and take different paths. It's not linear or anything. You just choose your own adventure.
And there's so much hidden goodness to find.
Right.
So if that cliff had been higher, like her stamina wheel basically, it allowed her to get that high. But like if that had been a higher cliff, you probably would have had to find another way around.
So I kind of have to know like what's my limit before I start climbing up.
Getting into some serious elevation here. I love this about the game. It feels like look around for just 1 second, Chico. I love how the natural progression of the environment sort of looks like you would expect sort of as you go up into like sort of mountain meadows and stuff like that. You'd expect the trees to change. You know, you'd expect some more like sort of wild meadows, and then as you get into an area with snow, it's like the transitions feel really like a natural world to me.
Looking in that other direction, there's a very ominous direction on the horizon.
Let's not go there today.
Let's
Let's try to stay on the plateau.
There's no goblins. Oh, wait, I couldn't take that.
I don't know if we're going to be able to stop Chico from just sort of going and attacking everything she sees. That's all right. No, it's good. Especially because it illustrates that you really can approach this 1,000 different ways. I mean, the last one you sort of sent in some bombs to introduce yourself to him, but didn't have to.
Oh, he sees
Sentry. He doesn't see you.
And actually,
he definitely doesn't see you now.
The enemy AI is really interesting because depending on what you're fighting,
did they notice me?
These guys behave a certain way. Different enemies will behave more aggressively or more cautiously. But I think we noticed in an earlier section there with that first camp where they actually hadn't picked up their weapons yet. So being able to get involved before they grab their weapons, it might have been easier, but then they have a chance to grab their gear. They'll actually grab each other's gear.
Yeah, if you sneak in and grab their weapons, they basically sit there and try to pick up dirt.
Oh yeah, the bombs that you want. They're just like, come on.
Yeah, the same thing. Stay
Get
away
out of the
from me.
camp.
Or you can, Chico just used an axe there, which you can actually use to knock shields out of enemy hands. The heavier weapons can knock out shields. Then picked up his weapons, and now it's like, what is this dude going to do? He's not going to do anything.
Oh, there's one.
Yeah, check him out. I think that was dirt. That might have been some dirt.
Let's call it dirt.
Yeah, I think it was
It
dirt.
seems safe.
Oh, there's a straggler
Better
there.
than something more unpleasant. And it's actually interesting too that right now we're fighting during a fairly nice, sunny, clear day, but how this would go and also how the bokoblins would behave might be very different if we came back here at night or if we came here during different weather.
That's right. A lot of enemies sleep at night. You can sneak in, steal all their stuff. You could sneak out afterwards too if you want, but in general, I'm sure Chico wouldn't do that. She would leave no sleeping enemies alive. And so what happened right there, obviously, is Chico cleared the entire area out. And this particular camp had a chest that was locked and was tied to the enemies around it. So when you defeat them, nice. That's an upgrade.
But essentially, you can interact with everything in this environment. Like, there's steel boxes on the screen now. Just Chico can't really interact with them, but later on in the later segments, we'll talk about like how you can open it.
Oh, that terrain over there is so cool.
Yeah, it looks sort of like desert buttes. Not going there today. We are staying on the plateau.
Yeah, but there's this suspicious rocks or stone pillar, so of course I'm going to try to climb up on that thing. Oh, and there's another treehouse.
Oh, wow.
These guys have really built it up. They got a nice place.
Wow.
Yeah, no, that actually is really nice. They got the deluxe camp.
Yeah, it's a better one.
Yeah, look at that.
They got like they got. Gonna let that one stand or not?
You gonna burn that entire camp down, Chico?
I don't know.
Maybe.
Come in like an avenging fury.
I need to take them out first.
Are you gonna make it out
I
there?
will.
Nice.
They have some
You got enough stamina?
She's gonna get it. Yeah, she's got it.
I've actually found that's one of the things that's been really fun about all of us being able to play at work and the different experiences that we've had in the game. And really just comparing notes about how different the experience can be, where certain people are really focused on just rampant destruction and waging a one-man war against the bokoblins. Other folks are focusing more on hunting or exploring, and depending on how you choose to focus your adventure, it's so different.
Yep.
And just talking to people, like I can talk to any other person in the office, and we've had a completely different experience with the game.
Yeah, totally. So Chico, was just while we were talking about that, Chico basically scouted this camp with her Sheikah slate, and you can see that actually by identifying the individual enemies, you can see how strong they are. And yeah, it looks like there's a serious one back there.
Yeah.
I don't think you may not be geared up to do that.
Not right now.
Give it a pass.
So yeah, I should.
Let's go.
Yeah,
let's go to the peak.
Yeah.
You can also see that she's got, once she marked that spot on her map, you can see it down on the mini map. So even if it's not specifically in the little radius of your immediate map, you'll at least have a beacon to go.
Oh, actually, since those guys will probably be fun to fight maybe later if we have time, would it be worth marking them on the map so we can keep track of where they are.
First, she's got to get geared up. Chico is very cold right now.
It's always so sad to see Link like
Yeah, that animation makes you
completely
feel good.
freezing.
Yeah, but before I go, I definitely want to map that thing. I think it was on this side.
Yeah, that's it right there.
So I'm going to use the
Skull.
Skull.
Go skull.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. So
To
now
be killed later.
That's death. You don't want to go
I
there.
don't know. Wait, do I have it better? Yep. It's fine.
So what Chico just did, obviously, was she went into a colder zone. You can see from the temperature gauge there that she went somewhere that was beyond sort of her current clothing, and you're going to lose health if you don't gear up or otherwise warm yourself. Clothing is only one way that you can do it, but for the purpose of this demo, just put on a nice little tunic.
Yep.
Little,
It's easier for me to focus on traveling.
why don't you take a dip in that lake? You ever do that?
Huh?
Polar bear?
No.
Polar bear club.
No,
Come on.
no, no,
Refreshing,
no,
I
no.
guess.
No polar bear club.
No. When you play, you can do it.
Those look like shoes. What is that stuff?
Oh, you're right.
Choo-choo jelly. Sweet. Lot of stuff in this game. I don't even know what that stuff does. I've been playing this game forever. Have you ever made anything out of jelly? You got to be able to make something out of it.
I don't know, cooking?
So we kind of touched on it, but maybe we could talk about how with this game, like the weather changes and it actually affects like the gameplay itself.
Oh yeah, totally. Well, I mean, among other things, it makes it so that nobody's going to have the same experience in this particular area. I mean, if you come into an area when it's at night and raining, it may be a totally different experience than when you come in there broad daylight. The enemies will be behaving differently. The terrain behaves differently. I mean, sudden downpours can put out campfires and stuff like that. So it really is dynamic, and that's in the truest sense of the word. It's dynamic in the sense that you just the time of day could affect how you approach a particular mountain. It gets colder at higher elevations at night than it does during the day. So even that'll affect how you explore.
It's interesting how rain affects climbing, because if it's so slippery, it's just a lot harder to climb, so you're not going to be able to hit things. And every once in a while, you're going to hit a point where maybe you just have to wait for the weather to pass.
Yep,
Yeah.
totally.
Or
Which I never do. I'm like, I'm going somewhere else. There's always something else to do around the corner. I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to wait for this weather to pass.
It just adds to the puzzle and the strategy of like where should I go next? So maybe I should come here later and just mark it and just go explore elsewhere.
I'm impressed that you're going around paths. See me, I'm like straight line. I climb over absolutely everything in my path unless I don't have the stamina to do it.
I don't think Chico's following a straight path though.
She kind of was. She was sticking a little bit to it.
Just want to get to it, you know?
I find these moments when you're cresting
Ooh,
a
sunset.
climb
Uh-oh, I have to get
really kind of anxious.
Yeah. Gotta pause. Pause and appreciate the sunset. You're going all the way to the peak for the sunset. You're such a romantic, Chico.
But it's so pretty. You see everything.
Can I make it? Can I make it?
Yeah, you'll make it. Sunset's nice. Oh yeah.
Ah, let's do like a little bit too
Oh,
much.
that's all right. It's still nice.
Aw, that's cool. Some really interesting cloud
Nice.
cover moving over there.
Sit back, crack an elixir, you know. Enjoy it.
Oh, sunset.
That's nice.
Oh.
So are we at the peak? Oh yeah, we are.
Oh,
Nice
it's
little
getting dark.
men here there. Wait, no, it says search. You got to grab some. There's something
I
there.
will do it later.
Oh, all right. God, you need resources.
Just want to see what's around.
Oh man.
Yeah. This is the highest peak on the plateau, but of course there's a more higher stuff outside the plateau,
Yeah,
so you
that's-
guys have to explore it later.
That's crazy to think about, actually.
Yeah.
This seems like it should be the highest point in the entire land, and it's definitely not.
Yeah, it's just everything's so vast, but
Yeah.
the higher you get, the farther you can see, and it just makes planning so much easier.
It's nice seeing in the distance how we've got some illumination marking locations. So there's some certain sites that are really going to catch your eye as you look over the horizon.
I know, I'm so distracted by all this stuff now. I want to mark all those shrines, go to those.
To-do list.
So I saw a waterfall over there, so I'm going to try to go. But first,
You're giving me vertigo.
oops, sorry.
Yeah, this is something that I don't think we even have on the demo on the floor. So folks who are here aren't going to get to play with this. It's only folks who are watching the stream that get to
It becomes
hopefully watch us not
so.
fly into the water.
Stalfos. Is hid. Oh, nice shot.
Yeah, got his weapon too. Haha.
Oh, grab it. Oh,
Ooh,
that's all right. You can use that for something.
Yeah.
make a necklace.
I don't know.
I don't think we could do that. Can we do that? It's gross. Necklace of
Wait.
teeth.
Is it high enough? Am I high enough?
Yeah,
I'm
totally.
gonna do snowboarding.
That's
I
right.
should be good here.
I know, that's right, that's
Oh
right.
wow, actually, take a look at the moon over there. It's come out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, there's some keys over there. Yeah, I have to go up
Wow, yeah,
to
you're
my
right.
bunny hill first. Ah, or not.
I came with a buddy.
Oh, you were a dead shot, Chico.
Seriously,
See,
you're
I
really
normally
good.
just wait in there with a sword, but you're actually smart to do that because if you fight stealth foes at night with a sword, you generally knock their heads off, but then the head survives and goes and tries to find its body and put it back together.
They can swap their heads too.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
And actually, if you take a look at them afterwards, sometimes their limbs will still be moving after you defeat them. It's like, oh.
Oh, that's right. So
That is so cool. It's my favorite feature of them all.
Yeah, I can actually do snowboarding here.
climb a high hill. Oh, nice.
Oh,
I stepped in.
Ice skis.
I was wondering if you could take that jump, actually. If we start high enough, we just...
I'm sorry, what?
I was probably
I'm sorry, I
leading
was
you
murdering
to
this
do,
bat.
but probably
This
don't
keys.
want to listen.
Jeez, it's not bad.
I know.
It's
It's
a
a keys.
monster. Okay.
Oh, you're calling out my cred.
Okay, so there's this.
So that little move that Chico just did, riding on her shield surfing, I think we're calling it.
Yep.
That does degrade your shield, so it's not like you could do that forever. Well, I mean, you can. You just have to go get more shields, but you can't ride on that thing forever and expect it not to take damage.
Yeah.
You
Just
might need
like
it. You know.
weapons, yeah, they do break.
Yeah, exactly. With all your
I see it
weapons
through
and
the
your
chest.
gear, they have also their own stats. So the more you use them, the more you wear them.
Maybe you want to
found
save your
another
favorites for special
Get that.
occasions.
Yeah. The cool thing that I actually found out is that if you're shield surfing, you can do other things at the same time, like shoot an arrow. So
Oh, really?
that just invites more exploration and people to just keep trying stuff. So it's super cool.
Yeah, I got fire arrow now. That's a cool stuff.
So I know during the video we showed right at the beginning of the day, we showed Link swimming, but I can't remember here if the water was...
Look at this.
Hang on a second.
be
Chico
warm
wants to
enough?
blow a tree up.
Set more things on fire.
Oops, I was too hard.
I think you can leave the tree be. Come on. You are such a force of destruction.
I think we just found out
I'm just
that
trying
it
out
might be
my
an
new
evil tree.
stuff.
Might be.
Okay. So
I think Chico's a pyro.
Yeah, Chico likes
I
playing.
just got
She likes it in the
fire
office, too.
arrow, and I just wanted to try it out. Leave me alone. Okay, so there's a waterfall. So usually when there's a waterfall, you know
Zelda
something
1.
is gonna be there.
The first Zelda has taught us this.
Oh, yeah,
Check
that water looks
waterfalls.
super cold.
Yep. I'm just gonna try not to go too far.
Oh.
Nice
save.
save.
Okay.
Yeah,
so-
hopefully people when they're playing the demo here, hopefully don't go jumping off cliffs thinking they can activate the
This
paraglider.
is just for the Treehouse Live.
Yeah,
Look at this.
there we go.
Haha.
Nice.
Nice
Three
detour.
chest. Haha. And then it's 14. So there's
This is actually a really good trove. So, I mean, we were talking about that earlier. There's little stuff everywhere. So, I mean, you might look behind it in a little nook and cranny that looks suspicious, and sometimes you might find an awesome trove like this that has tons of treasure chests. But sometimes you might find some apples or some acorns or something like that. But all of those things have value. Like, there's never a time when you're sort of looking around and see something suspicious and you're like, oh, why did I come into this corner? There's just stuff everywhere, and it's all useful. I don't think we're talking about all about it in this segment, but we'll probably go into some of the details of how you use ingredients and stuff later on.
It's funny, honestly, sometimes in the middle of a hard battle, an apple is the most valuable treasure
I
you've
know.
got. And you're
I
like, 1
know.
second, I have to eat this. Give me a second.
More fire arrows. That's the last thing we need to give Chico.
Oh God, you're right.
You may be
So
geared up to.
Speaking of, fire arrow, maybe I can go back to the treehouse and burn it.
Oh no.
I don't know. What do you think?
Wait, are you talking about the real treehouse?
Yeah, not our actual treehouse.
treehouse.
Okay.
We got time.
The goblins might be in for a bad day.
I'm wasting it.
Yeah, those are the.
I'm not
yeah,
wasting
those are
it
little
anymore.
guys.
That did look really cool, though.
That's probably the right weapon to use if you really want to damage an enemy that's made out of ice. I would imagine fire arrows
yeah.
are probably the thing to do.
But if you use them all here, we can't go burn stuff later.
That's right. That's how
have to
Chico has to
economize.
manage her resources. Do you really want to burn this thing?
Jeez.
Yeah, that's.
Look at that moon.
Hey, wait, double check your map. I actually.
What,
Oh yeah,
what?
no. I was trying to remember where you stuck that skull. Oh yeah, it's on that same
I'm
bank.
going toward it.
So yeah, we did. I think you were starting to say this earlier, Sam, but you can.
more.
We saw Link jumping in the water earlier. That was much more temperate water.
Yeah.
This is a frozen mountain lake. You're gonna die.
No. I am not dying.
Get that
I am
apple.
not.
For the steak. You took the cheese.
Oh God. That was. Oh.
It's only death
Man.
and destruction
Why
when
don't
it
you-
comes to Chico.
Oh wow, you got a Korok leaf out of it. That's good.
That shows.
I will say I love playing with Chico. I actually watched her shoot a butterfly with an arrow once.
Really?
Yeah,
That really
I didn't
shouldn't
know
be.
you could do that, but
Me neither.
she won't pull that off.
And there,
shouldn't be allowed to
so
do
I
that.
had to try it.
That's impressive.
He told me he can do it, so I had to try and make sure I can do it too.
Your little explosive demonstration back there, though, we should call out that, obviously that tree fell down because it was in a destruction zone. You see trees, I mean, you can damage them. I think when people saw the trailer and there was that sort of sequence of Link knocking a tree to cross a chasm, it's not like that's the only tree that you can chop down. It's like you basically can chop down anything you see. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he's back. He's got his head.
Get his arm.
I will.
Actually, let's see if we can take a closer look at one of the arms once they're.
Oh,
Yeah, there's one in front of me there.
Creeping.
oh, he's putting. Chico, what I want you to do is take his arm and then beat him with it.
It's all right. Oh, there, grab that one.
Oh wait, he took it.
No.
Oh, grab it.
Yes.
Nice.
This is so
No, I
gross.
can't. So I have to.
You have
I
too many
already have
things.
enough
Maybe Digiclone.
weapons. So yeah.
The arm is way more
picked
fun.
up the same
wait.
Oh no, he's got it back. I think he's putting it back on.
Sorry.
You are getting outwitted by things that they have no brains.
Fine. Are you saying I'm
There it is.
go hub?
Well, they have a rudimentary intelligence.
Wait.
Nice.
There you go.
got it.
Did I take it?
Yeah, you
yeah,
did.
you got it.
So we got to equip that for a second, I think, just to show it off because it's so creepy.
It's really creepy.
Yeah,
Look
get
at that.
him with it. Teach him a lesson.
Yeah.
There you go.
God.
Using his own arm.
That guy too. That's right.
It really is fun experimenting with things
Look
that you
at that,
maybe
it's
don't
still
think
moving
of as
on the
weapons,
ground,
but
too.
they
Yep.
do the job.
Yeah, I mean, we already showed it obviously in
hands.
Mr. Anima's segment, but going out of that cave and instead of being handed a sword by an old man, getting a crappy tree branch that's sitting right there on the ground.
It's neat.
Oh.
Look.
That arm is pretty creepy when it's sheathed too,
They
because
tried
it's
to
still
get
like
together.
clawing
I know.
at the back of Link, and it's like grabbing
That
at
was
him.
good. It's intimidating. If I saw that dude, I wouldn't fight him. Got like a moving severed arm on his back.
So we've got a little bit of time left. Should we see if we can check out that tree fort before we wrap up?
Yeah.
Chico's gonna mount an assault. I'm psyched to see this. And then she's gonna ride the waterfall.
No.
No, I'm just kidding.
Nah.
Yeah, I tried that once.
Hide
It's
Yeah.
dramatic.
There's no way they have the range over here. You can just bomb them.
I like the word epic. I thought it was an epic ending.
Okay, wait. Oh, I have to go. Oh, it's almost breaking. Is it?
That's right. You got a spare bow. That bow is better anyways. They got better tech than you. Oh, they have no idea. Nice shot.
Seriously.
Whoa. Good aim.
Oh, no.
A little low. Compensate for the wind shear.
Ha.
Oh. Oh, he shot back.
Huh? He's mad at me. Okay. Yes.
All right. Well, that's I think about all the time that we've got here today. But we'll leave the fate of those bokoblins up to folks' imaginations. We'll let them be for now. But thanks, guys, for swinging by and doing some exploring with us. Folks who are watching, please stay tuned. We're going to be right back with some more Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. I'm not trying to make. I can even say what we're going to do next, but please stay tuned. We'll be right back. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi. Hey folks, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. I'm Sam, joined by my colleagues Audrey and Teresa. And I know over the last couple segments, folks have seen some really interesting locations from Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, kind of off in the distance. But in this segment, Audrey, you're actually going to take us into a couple of the shrines that
we're
folks
going to get
can find
up
on the
close and
plateau.
personal with some shrines. You're
Awesome.
right. So first, I'm starting up here on Resurrection Tower, and it's really tall. I don't know if you can tell, but it's really tall. But that's great because it gives me a good vantage point for the entire Great Plateau, which is pretty, but that's not what we're here to look at. We're here to get some shrines. So while I'm up here, I'm going to actually pull out my Sheikah slate and my scope and try and place some pins so I know exactly where I'm going to go. This is going to be super handy because this is just the starting area, but it's huge. And I tend to wander. I'm a known wanderer, so I need these pins to kind of help get me back on track whenever I go after some bokoblins that I probably shouldn't have.
I wonder if we could pop into the map for a second and just show folks exactly what the distance is between these two shrines.
Yeah, so those two shrines, I'm up here, so I made them look pretty close together, but they're actually pretty far apart. So those pins are going to come in handy. There's my first shrine, and I'm not supposed to have this yet, but I do. So I'm going to jump using my handy paraglider. I'm going to soar to the ground and head off to my first shrine.
It's so satisfying to use
so
the paraglider.
satisfying. I'm going to try and not run out of stamina. That would be kind of bad. Let's do this, Link. We're ready. Come on. I can make it. Almost. Okay, that's pretty close, though.
Nice.
That's pretty good. Now, we're going to go and see what this shrine is all about.
So I wonder, can we chat a little bit more about what the significance of the shrines is as far as why folks would want to hunt these out?
That's right. So I don't want to give too much away, but basically, if you beat the challenges in the first 4 shrines, you'll get something, which we'll see when we get in at the end of this shrine, and you can exchange that for the paraglider, which I already have because I just wanted to play around with it, but
highly worthwhile.
Normally you're going to have to actually go through the trials to get it. And in the game at large, again, I'm not going to spoil anything for anyone, but it plays a larger part in the other game, in the full game. Now we're finally entering the shrine. I used my Sheikah Slate. It verified that I am the hero, so I'm going to be able to get inside here.
And worth mentioning, too, you just mentioned 4 shrines that have a special significance, but there are actually over 100 shrines in this world. There are loads of them to find and loads more goodies to uncover,
so many
too.
shrines, and dungeons, and there's just a lot to do in this game. We're just going to take a look at the first couple here, but there's a lot.
It's interesting, actually, thinking about how people might approach playing this game when they first head out in the plateau, depending on which direction they head, what they end up doing. These might not be the first 2 that folks run into when they're playing the game, but these are definitely 2 that give you a really nice introduction to what the shrines are all about.
It's just like you said, we're calling them the first 2 shrines. That's because they're the first 2 you probably should go to, but this game is really all about freedom and exploration. You can do anything pretty much in any order that you want, but
actually, can we take a look kind of like up and around, because it's such a cool
this is a
space.
really cool looking place.
It is really pretty.
All kinds of shiny lights.
Actually, the entry to our booth looks just like this.
Oh,
and it's
the
so
booth is
cool
gorgeous.
to see it recreated.
It's really cool what they did with the constellation motif.
Looks like some metal slabs on the floor that I can't do anything with just yet, but anybody who's been playing Zelda knows if you see something that looks like you should be able to interact with it yet, but you can't, you wait. You just wait. Now, what I just did is I found this little platform here, and I put my Sheikah Slate in it, and that's going to actually update my Sheikah Slate with a brand new rune ability. Rune abilities allow Link to do all kinds of different cool things, not just in shrines, not just in dungeons, but all around the world. You can solve puzzles, you can find treasure chests, you can do all kinds of things. This one here we just got is the Magnesis rune, and just like it probably sounds, it's going to let us actually have a magnet-like ability. We're going to be able to pick up and interact with metal objects. So we're going to have some fun with this.
I gotta say, after seeing this, updating my devices feels kind of lackluster, honestly. Agreeing to a terms of service agreement just doesn't have the same flair as that.
Why don't you let me do stuff?
It's like the Sheikah Slate allowed you to entry into here. Now you got all these special powers on it too. It's like the multi-passes of multi-passes.
Yeah,
So.
I want to be able to put my phone down and just have this magic Sheikah update process happen.
As you can see here, I've activated the ability using L, and I can kind of see the things that highlight as yellow. Those are things that I can interact with. So those big metal slates that I couldn't do anything with, boom, now I'm just throwing them around like they're nothing. The power. Link is drunk with power. Or maybe that's just me. So I got those out of the way. Now, boom, I can actually enter the shrine and see what's going on. Yes. Let's see what kind of mayhem we can do with this. And this is just, again, we've already looked around, but this is a really cool looking shrine. It's just really, really particular. Oh, and see, I can't get past this big wall of stones, but luckily one of them is made of metal, so it stands no chance against me and my Magnesis rune.
So, can you talk a bit more about how it is that you're controlling this power?
So I'm using, like I said, I activated the ability with L, and I can actually use the control stick to move the thing that I've grabbed around. And I'm gonna, I'm gonna use this metal block to block this guy's attack. This guy's actually really powerful. He could do some real damage to me.
Ooh, can you
and
throw
so I can actually. Oh no! I need you. I'm not done with you. I'm gonna push you in the water. Yeah, you don't like that, do you? I'm gonna drop that on your face. That's what I think of him.
It's
Ooh,
interesting
and
that
he dropped some goodies.
it's interesting that that's one way you could deal with that enemy, but other players might find different ways too. It's really interesting to see how you tackle the different puzzles.
And that's what this game is
challenges
all
you face.
about. The way I play is not the way that anybody else that I've seen play is going to play, really. It's just all about choice and freedom. So, again, we've walked across this metal slate here, but that's not going to help me get across this big, big gap. So, we're going to have to use our puzzle-solving abilities. And again, I'm going to lift up this metal slate and create a little bridge for myself. Oh, gently, gently, boom. Now we can get across. And look at that. That's a shiny, shiny treasure chest. We're not just gonna pass that by.
Oh,
no,
nice.
no. Come to me, treasure. Come to me.
You honestly could have even grabbed that and then used that to shove that poor enemy over.
You can just cause all kinds of mayhem with the Magnesis rune. It's pretty great. Yay, got a bow.
And actually, one thing that folks might have been wondering when we solved that puzzle to get across that gap is maybe why we didn't just climb that wall. Why is that a problem for us? But the structure of the shrines makes climbing around a little tricky.
That's true. They knew that we would be trying climbing everything, so a lot of these walls are really smooth, so Link can't actually climb up them. That's why he's going to have to, hey, I told you to open, stay open. Don't make me get mad. Okay, so we finally made it to the end of this dungeon, and look, it's a mysterious dude. Let's talk to him. Let's see what he's got to say. And you may have noticed there was a mysterious voice speaking to us at the beginning of the shrine. That was him. He set up this trial, and he's been watching me cause mayhem with this rune this whole time. So
he just saw you steal his treasure.
He did. He's okay with it, though. Yeah.
Just raided his home, like opened everything, destroyed everything.
Broke his pet robot thing.
Yeah, right?
I'm so
Where's the guardian?
sorry. He's just been waiting for someone to cause mayhem. It's so lonely in here.
Although, to be fair, he looks like he's been waiting a really long time.
A very long time.
Probably any
Skin
entertainment
is-
at that point is worth
He looks
it.
gorgeous, though. He clearly moisturizes. Let's be real. But now, he's telling me that he's the one who set up this trial, basically, and to reward me for solving it, not only do I get this cool Magnesis rune, he's actually going to give me a Spirit Orb. The Spirit Orb, if I collect 4 of them, it's what I can exchange to the old man for the paraglider, which I already have, bwahaha. But, as I said, you collect them throughout the game from all of the other shrines, and they serve a different purpose in the full game. So, Kaylee.
Link looked a little bit
cool.
untrustworthy. He's like, what is this?
It's
I'm
not every
so
day. Not every day you have a Spirit Orb absorbed into you.
Seriously, I'm impressed with how this guy has this pose mastered. He's seriously dedicated in his yoga stance.
He's very, very flexible.
I think the work that the developers did to really build the atmosphere in the shrines is amazing. There's just such a, especially when you go into them, you kind of feel it.
Oh yeah, it feels very mystical and very magical.
And now we get to
You
go
never know what's
outside
gonna
and
happen.
cause some mayhem with the Magnesis rune.
You know me so well, Sam.
Well, now we've got it. We should try it out. See what
It's
all
true.
about.
It would be a disservice to the Magnesis room to not cause intense mayhem to everyone who crosses our path.
Seems fair.
So let's do just that. All right, so now I've exited the shrine, but I'm a new Link. I've got new abilities.
So these boxes actually look really similar to a segment that Chico just did, and before she couldn't open it, but Audrey is actually has the skill now to check out what's inside.
Yeah, and I can see all these different things that I can interact with in the world. As we've mentioned earlier, these abilities are not just for shrines, they're for the whole game. Shrines, dungeons, the world at large. Treasure. They are for treasure. So I fished out 1 treasure chest. I'm just going treasure fishing, you know, doing what I do. Oh yeah.
I like this type of fishing.
Ooh, it's the best type of fishing, really.
It's so interesting thinking earlier on you might have walked by this little patch of water and really thought nothing of it. And it's only when you have this rune and you activate it and you actually take a look down the bottom, that you realize there's stuff hidden all over the place.
It's a whole new way to look at the world.
Yeah.
And now, you're not treasure. Get out of my face. I don't need you.
Oh.
That was cruel. I'm sorry.
And it's actually interesting. It looks really decorative, like it was maybe a piece of architecture at one point.
It's pretty. I was harsh on it.
I love the art style in this game. It's kind of watercolory, but there's all this intricate detail as well. It's just so gorgeous.
It's really, really beautiful, and everything is so alive. So I should probably head on to the next shrine, but first, I'm gonna grab a toy. I could grab one of these boxes, but I have a little friend here.
Oh, actually, should we open up the boxes?
Ooh.
Maybe see if there's anything with you.
That's a good point. Okay, you've convinced me. Whatcha?
Smashy, smashy.
Ooh, treasure. See,
That could become
nice.
handy.
Prime steak. See, Sam was right, as she often is. So,
Well, actually, Teresa had mentioned that earlier, and I felt bad that we weren't able to show this off during that earlier segment, because there was one just
Now
right
we
there.
actually get to show the skill. It's really cool.
You're
So
right.
again, it's like anything in the environment is interactable, and it's just so much fun, and it's so gratifying to just explore every nook and cranny and just try everything.
and break junk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found it's really interesting comparing notes with people. And there's so many times you're like, oh, you found this thing? And they're like, what thing? You're like, oh. Now we got to talk about what we found in the weird little nooks and crannies of the world, because it's so easy to miss things. But then hopefully somebody else will hook you up with the information about where to go.
Everyone's going to play a little differently, but hello, old friend. This is my good friend, Boldy.
Oh no.
I'm going to use
was
good old
dangerous.
Boldy.
I think I know where this is going.
Oh, yes. We're going to cause some mayhem. Luckily, as you can see, I told you I have a tendency to wander, and good thing I have that pin on this map, because otherwise I would just run around killing things and breaking things for all eternity. But I kind of have a kingdom to save, so that maybe is not the best idea. So instead, I'm going to grab Boldy here. Oh, hello, friends. I'm going to go say hi to my friends over there.
They look like they're having a nice, peaceful conversation down there.
Oh, y'all are so peaceful and cute. Wow. Now
Oh my
you're
God.
dead.
Oh no!
I deserved that. That's the worst part. You know
they
what?
saved you.
Oh, you know, maybe I'm just going to use my weapon. You let me
That works
down,
too.
Boldy. It's over between us.
And so the adventures end.
It's over.
Between Blink and Boldy. So sad.
I just got to go on my way, Boldy. You go your way.
It's interesting, though, thinking of how you make this game your own. If you wanted to, you really could carry that boulder with you on all of your adventures. It could be a beautiful buddy comedy.
Boulder and me.
But I mean, if that's how you want to play, that's how you get to play.
That might be how I play the game. We'll see. Ooh. Hello, guys.
Oh, there's a lot of
Should I mess
firepower.
with them?
I mean, we're here.
Oh, okay, we are here. Okay, maybe I'll go still. No, I have a mission. I have a mission, darn it. I'm gonna go towards it. See, there's so many ways to distract yourself in this game. Things to collect, things to kill. I feel really bad about harping on the goblins, but they just happen to be the enemy in the Great Plateau area, so they get a lot of my anger. But it's nothing personal.
I feel like
sure
we're
they're
gonna
fine
have-
fellows.
We might be receiving letters from the Save the Bokoblin group or something after
It's
this.
true.
because-
I'm sorry, I promised to mess with a whole bunch of other different kinds of enemies.
Yeah, there are so
Later in the
many
game.
Equal opportunity.
Yes.
Well, there are so many other enemies and monsters to find. We just happen to be in Bokoblin heavy territory, but
Yes. It's not just the goblins that you get to...
we can leave them alone for a little bit.
Yes.
Give them a bit of a break.
Alright, so now I've made my way to the second shrine, and I'm in kind of this big labyrinth, and as you can see, there are a lot of suspicious-looking rocks around. Oh,
hello.
hello. Hello there. Alright, now one of them has come alive. And I will tell you, yes, from
That's not a good light.
experience, that guy is really powerful, and he will make me have a bad day if I let him. So I'm gonna have this tasty snack that I cooked up earlier, and what that's gonna do is give me a few extra hearts. So one of the great things about this game is that there are numerous ways to go about everything. I tend to go for the stupidest way possible.
It's not stupid.
Solve everything.
It's challenging.
It's what I do.
You're not a gamer if you don't try to make it difficult on yourself.
Okay, it's okay. Now I'm trying to
missed you
use
by
this
a
guy's
hair.
firepower to break the boulder here. And without killing myself, which is actually... Oh, I need food.
It did hit the
so
wall,
hungry
though.
suddenly.
I think the rocks are gone.
The rocks are gone. It's okay.
And everything's on fire.
I'm not scared. I'm just hurrying. I'm in a hurry. So, the, shall we say, well, the smarter way to do that would have been to sneak around and climb up that wall. That would have been a bit safer, but hey, gotta live life on the edge, right? So let's get safely into the shrine, away from that very angry guardian. A fun thing to note is that there are other guardians like him around who will wake up and give you trouble. You actually can defeat them. The thing about this game is, to some extent, you can set your own difficulty level. So you could actually try and defeat that guy, and maybe you'll be able to, but it's probably a better idea to go get more hearts, get better equipment. But it's really your choice if you want to try and tackle the more difficult enemies or wait until you're better prepared. So it's kind of up to you.
Yeah, I kind of made the mistake when I first started playing of just feeling so like carried by the spirit of adventure that I had my stick and I ran off into the distance, and I ran into those when I was not at all prepared. It didn't go well.
I think we all did that.
I learned a lesson, though. A very valuable life lesson.
Learn from our mistake, people. Okay, we hear another mysterious voice. Dude, we know we're gonna do the thing and get the thing. Don't worry about it.
Because Link wants the thing.
He wants it. He does. So, here's another really cool shrine. And this one is gonna give us the bomb rune. As you might imagine, it lets us blow stuff up. It's gonna be pretty cool.
I like it.
As you've noticed with these first two shrines, they give you they're kind of shorter. They give you a primer on these runes, just give you the basic idea of different ways you can use them to interact with the world. As you progress in the game, it's going to get a lot more complicated, the puzzles you solve and the things you do using these different runes. So enjoy the simplicity of these first shrines, trust me. We've got our bombs. And we've got two different kinds of bombs here. We've got a cubic bomb and a spherical bomb, and we're going to use those for different things. So I pulled out a spherical bomb here, and we're on a flat surface, so it doesn't make much of a difference, but that's actually going to roll. And that's going to open up some possibilities, which we're going to show off in a bit.
That's interesting, just drawing folks' attention to the fact that you were able to detonate that whenever you were ready. So it gives you a lot of control, especially over the spherical bombs, where you're maybe rolling them down a surface and you want to make sure they detonate just the right moment. You can be really precise about how you're handling the detonations.
That's true. And there's no limit to the number of bombs you have. You just have that gauge that you just have to wait to refresh, but the bombs are limitless.
Gives you a lot of chance to experiment.
Exactly.
That's very true. And I just got a treasure chest using my handy bomb. Yes, it's so satisfying placing them. Just make sure that you're at a good distance when you detonate it, because you know, fun fact, Link can explode. You probably don't want that.
Yeah, probably not. So. Especially after that encounter with the Guardian. That's very similar to the BMOs of past games.
So might be a little low on food now.
Now we're on a moving platform here, and I don't think my spherical bomb's gonna do so well here. So I actually changed to a cubic bomb, and I'm gonna just get out of the way here. Probably because I want that to blow up that wall, and I don't want to be anywhere near it when that happens. Boom. See, now, you know, I better eat some food. Link is peckish.
It's interesting looking at the two shrines that we're checking out here. They're fairly puzzle focused, but that's not always going to be the case when you're into shrines. You might find some that are more combat focused, some that are small, some that are much larger as well.
Very true. Now, as you can see around here, we have these things. Let's shoot forward, and I'm going to use this as an opportunity to blow more things up. So I'm going to drop this bomb down there.
I love how this looks like a theme park.
Yes.
So good.
All theme parks should have explosives.
And actually in the distance there we can see you're being watched.
Oh yes, I'll be there in a second, dude. I've got stuff to do. So I really love this part. I'm gonna jump up here, and you mentioned theme park. We're about to go for a ride.
Oh. No whiplash. Success.
Yes. There are probably better ways to get that treasure chest, but no, there aren't. That's the way to get that treasure chest.
And I can't imagine a way that's more fun, really, than just getting
And I got a really nice bow out of it. That's gonna come in handy later.
So like Sam was talking about earlier, where there's a lot of shrines, and it's really interesting to see Anuma-san saying, and Bill talking about how this was related to the art style was Japanese anime, and the number of shrines that are on here, it's pretty similar to like how many temples there are in Japan. So it's really interesting to see that comparison.
But it's definitely cool having all these sacred sites all over the world to find. And I've actually been trying to figure out, with all the constellation motif that we see in the shrines here, if you're outside on a really clear night and you look up in the sky, I've been trying to figure out whether or not I can find those same constellations up in the sky, but you get a really beautiful look at the stars if you get a clear night outside.
It's true, it's gorgeous when it changes from day to night and the different weather. So, we finally made it to the end here. I'm sorry about blowing up your home. I didn't mean to. I think he understands, though. He's an understanding guy.
He's got that smirk on his face like, I know what you've done.
Back in his day, he would have done the same thing. But we got our second spirit orb.
Oh, we should also talk about like the difference between dungeons and shrines, because they're not one and the same in this game.
It's true. They're not. Shrines are supplementary to dungeons. I don't want to give away too much, but yeah, as Sam mentioned, there are a ton of shrines, like over 100 shrines. There are so many that they're just going to be a little sprinkling of things to do on your experience. But yes, there are dungeons in the sense that Zelda fans are used to.
Exactly.
All right, we got our spirit orb.
And I've got to ask, we're close to running out of time, but is there anything you want to try the bombs out in the world before we wrap up?
Oh, so I used myself to blow up that wall, but if I hadn't, I could have actually bombed that wall to have an easy way out.
I wonder if we should try rolling some bombs down some hills.
Ooh,
see how
that's always a good idea.
Or try where Chico didn't succeed at rolling at some bokoblin camps.
You know I'm always game to blow up bokoblins. They're scary. No, should I? I should. Yes.
Nice.
I just blew them up. It gave me more joy than it probably should have.
I gotta say, there's something kind of tragic and poignant about these runes. Just imagining how beautiful they would have been.
Did someone live? That's not okay. It's not okay, is it? Hey, buddy.
He's got a friend.
Let's be friends. Oh, I don't want to be your friend. You're not very bombable.
Well, as you are wrapping this up, I think that's about all the time we've got. So thank you so much, both of you, for coming by and checking out these shrines with us. Folks who are watching, please stay tuned. In a few minutes, we're going to be coming back with a look at weapons and combat in more detail. So we'll be right back. Please don't go anywhere. Thanks for watching.
Bye.
Hey.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. I'm Ed, here with Audrey and Chico, and we're going to be playing some more The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. For this segment, we're going to be focusing on some weapons and combat.
Yep. And before you go to a serious battle, you always want to make sure you have enough stuff. So I'm going to raid somebody's house right here.
You're going to steal his stuff. Let's be real.
I'm just borrowing it, okay?
You're going to return it
yes,
later.
I will return them.
Definitely.
If I don't break them. We'll see. Yes.
So Chico's raiding this place, picking up an axe.
At least I'm not breaking their base, so that's fine.
What are you doing not breaking their base?
Well,
okay, I'm a bad influence.
We're breaking the convention of Zelda this time.
That's true. That's true. I would have broken the base. That's just me.
I know.
So you got a good variety of weapons already just from there. You got a pitchfork, you got a spear, otherwise known as a poke and stick.
Big
You got all kinds of good stuff.
Yes. So each weapon have different type of movements and actions. So you have to kind of know what you're doing and what kind of enemies you're facing next. And I'm going to this camp. Yeah, buddy.
Get him in the head.
Oh,
do it.
Do you see that? He's eating his own something.
He's scratching his butt.
He's
got this coming. Oh no.
Oh no.
Now he's gonna tell his friends about you.
Fine.
He sounded the call.
Fine. In that case, I'm just gonna
you're
throw
not scared
though. Oh no.
Oh. Get him.
Ha.
Watch out for the dude with the fire torch.
So I wanted to actually show different one how the axe moves. So this one's heavier, so movement is
but it's slower.
Yep. And then but the attack range is bigger, so it's nice to try out when you're really
you're hungry now.
Yeah.
Need some food.
I definitely need to eat. Okay.
Lincoln is at his best with the full tummy.
Yeah, and then it looks like the axe is not a good one to use for him, so I'm going to switch it to spear, which has better range, and I don't have to worry about this guy attacking me with it.
And so I think what people notice here, Chico, is that that skewer that you ate gave you these temporary hearts, which is sort of a new wrinkle to...
Yeah. I think we're going to talk about it a little bit later, I guess, about the cooking.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
well,
I think so.
We're going to keep that a secret for now.
No, it's no secret, but, you know, we can talk more about it. And maybe people already know that I like the meat, so I'm going to take it with me.
Are you going to steal their steak?
Yes. Well, no, they don't. They no longer need it. So I'm just
true. They were going to waste it.
Exactly. So put the fire on the torch.
Nice.
Because I see this suspicious thing over here.
If you see something suspicious, light it on
Always
fire.
burn it.
Always
Yes.
That's what you do. Not in life, just in the game.
Just in the game. I have little kids at home too.
Yes.
So I will not do that. And there's a honeybee.
It seems like a good idea. Shooting some bees.
Yep. Switch it. Are they coming after me?
Here they come.
I knew it. Leave me alone. Ha. Bye-bye. No. Seriously. You keep coming at me. Bye-bye.
Preferred weapon against bees, two-handed broadsword.
Yes.
And I didn't get the honeybee there, and I can use that for cooking later. Already thoughtful too.
And get some treasure.
Yep. So I was just using the two-handed sword now. So even just a sword, there's like a one-handed and a two-handed one. And of course, two-handed one is better, more powerful. However, you won't be able to use the shield, so you can't kind of protect yourself well. Okay. I sacrificed them. I'm gonna make sure I get all the stuff. And the only reason that all those like item menu screen comes up is because that was the first time I picked up that specific item. Once I picked up that one, the second time it's not gonna show up, so you don't have to worry about seeing that over and over.
Yeah, you get a nice description once you pick it up, but then you're done. You can see it in your menu if you want to, but
I actually like seeing that when I find a new item, because that way, like, I know what the the damage level is, or what kind of things it is, how can I use it. So that's a good information to know.
yeah.
Great. Looks like there's another bokoblin camp over there.
Yeah, we mentioned this in the last segment. We're picking on the poor bokoblins this time. That's because they're the predominant enemy in this Great Plateau area. There are lots of other enemies to mess with in the world at large, but these guys are going to get all of it for now.
And then maybe some of you noticed that on the right bottom, there's a purple thing, like a gauge moving. That's a sound gauge. So when I move around, I make noise that moves a lot more. And if I walk around just like this, it makes even bigger movement. Oh, I moved too close.
Oh, they're suspicious.
No, I don't want you to notice me. So I'm now crouching down, trying to be a little more sneaky. And there's another innocent bokoblins, enjoying their
not
evening.
innocent.
Well,
They're
that's true. They
horrible
will come
people.
after me. So no, they're not people.
They're horrible
people.
things.
Yes, monsters.
Horrible monsters.
This is another way to use a honeybee. They're basically naked, so when they see the bees actually go after them, and they don't like it. So when they see the bees, they actually go after it. Sorry. I'm a little busy right now. Oops. Change it to something else.
Switch it up. The one-handed sword.
Oh, no, this guy's...
No.
Oh, you got him, though.
Oh, nice.
Sorry. And the weapons do break, so you want to make sure that you pick up enemies' weapons, so you have enough stash for you to prepare for the next battle. And you can only have limited number of weapons in your slots. Like just now, I'm trying to pick it up, I can't because I already have enough. So that time I have to decide, do I want to keep the one I have, or do I want to swap it to the one I just found? So I'm just gonna lose that one and get the another one. And of course, pick up the honeybee.
The cool thing is when you find a new weapon, too, you can immediately see what the new stats are. So you can kind of decide on the fly, is this better, is this worse, do I leave it, do I grab it, so.
Okay. And also at nighttime, daytime and nighttime, the animals and then the enemies you see will be different. So, oh, Sunset Fireflies.
So,
So let's see if
dynamic
I see
wildlife
different
setting
enemies. Yeah.
based on.
Yeah,
based
it looks
on
so
time of
different
day.
too from where we were exploring earlier too. Oops. So now there's more Stalba
Got some Stalba.
Yep. Ah, missed it.
Nice.
Oh.
Headshot.
I like the fact that they're using the rock.
Yeah,
And
he
then
didn't have
the
a
other,
weapon.
See, the other guy is waiting for the other guys to lose his head so he can take it.
They're so crafty. If they don't have a weapon, they'll just dig up a rock to throw at you. Anything to hurt you.
Yeah.
Yes, the Bokoblin arm.
I know, that's your favorite.
This is my favorite.
Audrey's favorite. Yes.
I'm going to make her equip it at some point. He's a little busy right now.
Yeah.
Oh, he lost his head.
Sorry.
Let me see the hand crawling across the ground.
I know. Pick me up, pick me up. Okay, so let me change it to something else. Oh. So I'm using a spear, and then the movement is a little bit different. It kind of, you know.
It's really fast.
Yep. So when the enemy is having spear, it's much better to use that than the sword, of course. Okay. I'm gonna explore and try to see if there's any more enemies.
Now's a good time to equip the arm. I'm just throwing it out there. If you wanted to, just real
Did I pick it
quick.
Oh, yeah.
Yay, look.
Audrey's favorite.
It's wiggling still.
Look.
I'm easily amused. And if he puts it on his back, it gets all wiggly and grabby and yep.
Like trying to, you know,
You
take
know,
something.
Terrifying.
I don't know.
it's a big fan of Link, you know. Okay, that's all I had to say. I just wanted to see the arm wiggle a little. Go about your business.
So there's another Bokoblin camp. This one looks a little bit different, so I want to kind of show how it looks from the front. If I can sneak up to them.
And again, this is one of those things, you know, as people are adventuring, people are exploring, everyone's kind of taking their own takes on different things. You see this camp, and you know you could rush right in. There's different ways to do this, and Chico's going to kind of take us around to give us a full survey of the land here. So we're going to get a good look at how things are set up here.
There's more big meat over there too. But yes,
You're going to take their steak too.
I will come to them later. The thing is that they actually go to sleep at nighttime. So right now they're sleeping over there, so they don't even know I'm right here waiting to pick up their meat.
Steal their weapons and their food while they're sleeping. Devious.
So it looks like a skull-shaped, I don't know, what do you call it? Like house?
Yeah, they've got a skull house.
Skull House,
You know,
yeah.
to each their own. It's okay.
It was a big sitcom in the 80s. Skull House.
And then I don't know if I mentioned it, but did
careful.
Oops.
Well,
I should have done it right. I'm gonna hide it. I'm gonna hide it so they're not gonna notice.
They're suspicious, but
they're suspicious.
You can't fool that guy though.
That's right.
He knows what's up. Yes.
Everybody go to sleep.
Hit him with the wiggle arm.
Nothing is happening. Go to sleep.
Go to sleep. La la la.
Yeah. They're doing that.
There you go.
Okay.
Relax. Nothing to see here.
Okay. So it looks like there's a explosive in there too. Whoops, what I'm doing.
So you're gonna let them sleep peacefully, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Oh.
Let sleeping Bokoblins lie.
I made a mistake.
You alerted them, and
Oh, no, it didn't work, didn't it?
Okay, they're suspicious, but they're okay.
Oh, I'm so
they're
bad
gonna
at this right now. Fine.
Just have to find another way to blow them up. Just get right in there. Oh. I don't know if there were big red barrels, which always means explosions in video
so
games.
I wanted to use the lamp to do that one, but I just had the stage flight. Oh well.
Hey, you got the explosion. That's what
Again,
counts.
there's multiple ways to solve the puzzles and then
It's true.
defeat enemies. So I just tried that.
Yeah.
I was just doing it. I was intentionally making mistakes.
Thinking on the fly.
Yes.
And now you can steal their treasure.
Yes.
Great.
Oh, see? So I got the new soldier's broadsword, which is 14 instead of 5.
Nice
so,
upgrade.
just seeing that screen, they really helped what I got. That will help. Oh, no, I can't take it, so I have to change. Is it Audrey? Is it okay for me to leave
It's okay. We had our
arm?
fun.
Yeah.
Goodbye,
Sorry.
sweet
Audrey
arm.
has been satisfied.
Yes. You can just stay there wiggling
Still
forever.
wiggling. I love it.
But yeah, the guy you killed was really powerful Bokoblin, so he dropped a really powerful sword.
Okay.
10 arrows. Don't sneeze on those arrows. You're going to need those.
I do. Okay, I'm gonna go get the meat.
Look up at the stars in the sky. It's so
I
pretty.
know, isn't it pretty?
Really
So
pretty
peaceful.
at night. Yeah.
Those bokoblins just having a nice dream. They have no idea what I'm trying to do.
Now they're gonna go into the big sleep. It'll be a natural transition.
So I have a fire arrow and bomb arrow. Which one should I use?
Maybe a bomb arrow.
Bomb? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, did you? Oh.
Yes. Fireworks.
So, you know, some people might really like to just jump into the battle and then try to kill them with you know, sword and stuff. But sometimes, like a person like me who's not good at battle, I just like to be sneaky and try to shoot like explosive at them and just take
them from a distance.
Ooh, they're bokoblins.
You want to exploit
Fire.
the fact that bokoblins seem to have an affinity for sleeping next to highly flammable barrels.
It's true.
I mean, it only makes sense.
Yes, it wasn't my fault.
They're maybe not the smartest monsters.
Oh, there's apple. It's always important to have enough food so you can restore your health.
More food, the better.
Oh, bokoblin. Oh, style bokoblin. Ah.
Get in there. Nice.
Let's change it to different one. There's the
the
farmer's
pitchfork.
Yes.
Even pitchfork will be very
Hyrule
helpful.
Gothic.
Where's the head? Where's the head? Oh, heads. Oh, heads is still there. Okay. He's going to use his own arm. His friend's arm. Wait.
His own friend.
I know.
But you've used so many different kinds of weapons so far, and this is just a small sampling of the different kinds of weapons in the game. There are just so many different
and you
kinds to
kind of
play
have to make
with.
a choice which one to take.
Oh.
These guys just there. Again, I just want to be
Chance to use the environment to wreak some havoc
Using
here.
the environment is
Here we go.
important.
It's away.
Did I miss the whole
Now they're
thing?
coming
Really?
after you.
Fine.
Oh, nice.
Ha!
Nice.
That's better
Well done,
anyway.
Chico. That's style points.
You got them. Oh,
Ah.
careful. He was gloating.
Nice.
What a jerk.
So I love that move that you can do when you're leaping and sort of stall time with that.
So whenever you're trying to jump off from the higher cliff, try to use the arrow. Then you go into that mode where you can kind of slow down the time, so you have better time to kind of concentrate and try to focus on where to shoot.
It's really cool.
You can
It
do that
feels
from-
really good too.
Yeah, you can do that from really high up too, and
Yep.
it's
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
epic.
So as you might have noticed, that I use a lot of bow and arrow, and sometimes I run out of my arrows. So what I do is actually try to pick up the ones my enemy dropped, and make sure I have enough.
You can kind of taunt them to keep
Yeah, yeah.
shooting at you.
Hey, this way.
It's a dangerous game,
It
but
is.
it's cheap,
It
easy
can
way
be.
to get arrows.
Exactly.
See? Boom.
Come on. Thank you.
And the move.
They're playing right into your hands.
Okay. Oh.
Oh.
Okay. I'm busy. I'm gonna go. Oh, sorry. I wasn't meant to do that.
Chico's going for pure style here. No substance, all style.
We respect that.
Nice.
All different kinds of ways to play this game.
On the way to here, I saw the Guardian, so I kind of want to be there. Make sure I get there before our time runs out.
Anyone watching the previous segment, I told him what's what. Yep.
Did he?
By running, running really
Running as
fast.
fast as my stamina wheel would carry me.
I think he got the point, though. He's pretty terrified.
Let me try it. Where is it? Where is it? Am I still far away?
There he is. Okay.
Oh, there you go. There you go. He's over there. I'm going to do this.
I believe in you, Chico.
Yes.
So we're entering a new area here.
That one's still moving. That one looks good. Let's go.
We got all these guardian relics around.
Oh, he's waking up.
Uh-oh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
He's grumpy when he wakes up.
No. Again, there's always a way.
Your bow's gonna break.
Really? It will? Ah, fine.
It's okay. You got what?
How much did
5
you get off of him?
damage?
Yeah.
That's true. And I
You scope him out.
Oh yeah, that's right. You should do that first to make sure.
Yeah.
So this will give us a little analysis of his hit points, breakdown.
480.
500.
Okay.
I don't
think
know.
you can do it. I believe in you.
Yeah. So one other thing you can do with the weapon is actually you can throw the weapon like that, and
it'll give you a critical hit if you actually land it on them.
That is true. Yeah, I forgot to mention that.
Good way to get rid of weapons that are about to break.
But what I can do now is actually.
So speaking of freedom and weapons, this is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen anyone do.
Attack! No!
And death.
You've got a quarter heart.
I'm not dead.
You need to eat something
I still have
right
time.
now.
And I have food.
Okay.
Haha.
There you go. Nice. Run.
It's a fine strategy.
Yes.
It's a great strategy.
It's a really creative strategy.
It
is
is.
what it is.
I think it'll ultimately get him.
Ah! No, wait. I don't have weapons left.
As we keep saying, you can play this game however you want. You can even
just-
throw your weapons using magnesis.
I don't have weapons.
Oh.
You don't even have a tree branch, Chico.
Just run. Run. Live to fight another day.
Well, I think we're actually running out of time.
Otherwise, we would have got him.
The world definitely wants to see Chico versus the Guardian. I know that. But I think we'll have to stop there. Chico, thanks very much. We'll be doing more of this stuff. Audrey, thank you as well. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with more Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. We're going to talk a little bit about Amiibo. So stick around.
Amiibo!
Hey everybody, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. I'm Sam, and I'm joined by my colleagues Bill and Chico. And during this segment, we're going to take a look at some of the Amiibo functionality that folks can look forward to in Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild.
That's right. So as everybody recalls, we released The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess with Wolf Link. Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess HD on Wii U came bundled with a Wolf Link Amiibo, which you see right here. And at the time, we mentioned that the Amiibo would have functionality in The Legend of Zelda for Wii U, then Wii U, now Breath of the Wild. And so we wanted to take the opportunity today to show you what the Amiibo is going to do in-game. And so we want to start with a quick video just recapping how the Amiibo functioned in Twilight Princess HD. So we're going to cut to that video really quickly. and show you, if you recall, what it does there. But essentially the way that it worked in that video is you would enter the Cave of Shadows as Wolf Link when you tapped it in, and you would play the challenges in there, and you would complete the Cave of Shadows, and then you would tap the amiibo to the Wii U gamepad, and it would save the number of remaining hearts that you had after completing the Cave of Shadows to the Wolf Link amiibo. And so now what we want to do is we're going to actually tap this to the Wii U version of Zelda Breath of the Wild and show you what it does. So as you see, you use one of your runes there on the Sheikah Slate to give you access to the amiibo, and we tap it in, and oh, let's see. Uh-oh. There, I heard a little. Uh-oh. We have a slight tech. Oh, there we go. You may have seen a little effect there, similar to what you see in Twilight Princess. Tapping the amiibo to the Wii U gamepad in Breath of the Wild will bring Wolf Link into the game as a partner character. So we've been showing you a lot of the game, we've been showing you running around and exploring. Perhaps what you've noticed is that Link does not have a partner character in the game, and that is true. Typical of a Zelda game, you would normally see somebody like a Navi, or in the case of Twilight Princess, a Midna. In the case of Breath of the Wild, Link is generally exploring alone. And so if you do want that partner character, you would tap in the Wolf Link amiibo and call Wolf Link in. Wolf Link does a variety of different things in the game, in addition to just kind of being a partner character that runs around with you. As you can see here, Wolf Link helps with combat. He will actually attack enemies and will help you fight them.
Yeah, he actually barks when he finds enemies for you too.
Yeah, it's really cute when he does. He kind of like hunkers down and growls a little bit.
Yeah, I love seeing him in this art style. It's just really cool.
And the other thing that's really cool is looking at how big he is, you're like, yeah, that's Link crouched down in wolf size.
So I think he was sniffing out something there too.
Yeah. So if I see it go.
Oh, there we go. Now, apart from combat, the other thing that Wolf Link will do is if you get close enough to a wild animal. Well, looks like you need to get a little bit closer there, Chico. Wolf Link will go out and hunt the animal for you. He's able to sense prey, sense meat, and he'll help you out with that as well.
But he doesn't go for acorn though.
No, he doesn't. Just the meat. You can see the animation also just really fluid, really nice.
I can actually hear the chain a little bit as he walks.
Yeah, he still has the chain around his paw from when he was imprisoned at the beginning of Twilight Princess.
He's Wolf Link, right?
Oh, there he goes.
Ah, sorry. Did it first.
Thank you. There he goes.
There you go. He got that boar right there on the rump and took him down for you, Chico.
Yeah. It's really impressive when you see him, especially in combat with large groups of enemies. Wolf Link is incredibly powerful. It's really interesting to see how he does, especially through combat.
That's right. Now we also have from the show floor here at E3, one of the things that we're showing, obviously we've got amiibo on display here on the show floor. One of the things that we're showing is what the process is for creating amiibo. It starts very, very simply with a very basic 3D printed model. Usually these are based off of some of the in-game models that we see in the game. And so in this case, Wolf Link started off with this very basic gray in-game model. And if you're able to get up close on that, you can see sort of the polygonal nature of the print here. I think perhaps a little bit later in the day we may have a chance to show the full process, but there's sort of about 5 different steps in the creation process before we actually end up getting to the final model here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think some folks don't appreciate how much iteration goes into the creation of the amiibo, but when you're looking at some characters from certain games, their physical structure might make it really challenging to make amiibo, especially when you're looking at balance and making sure that you've got them in a pose that they're going to have nice stability when you've actually got them, say, sitting on a shelf or you're playing with them.
That's right. And in fact, you start with this basic 3D model print, and then from there you have to refine the model itself and then you get into sort of once you finalize that model, then you start to get into some test painting and things like that, and it becomes, it's actually a very long process. It takes, start to finish, it can take upwards of roughly, 10 months to a year from the very beginning of the amiibo creation process until the actual product launches. So it actually is a long process, but one that's it's fun to kind of watch and see as the amiibo go through all those different forms.
Yeah, especially as the poses get refined. I know I've seen certain iterations for some of our amiibo where they're really experimenting with how best to pose the character, position the character, and it's neat seeing kind of what didn't work as well and the different test cases that they do along the way.
That's right. Now going back to Wolf Link in the game, we mentioned that when you tap Wolf Link in, he will have the number of hearts that you saved in Twilight Princess. And he'll travel alongside you for the duration of your gameplay, and he'll do this until he loses all of his hearts. Fortunately, Chico is doing a good job here and is taking good care of Wolf Link, and so he hasn't taken a whole lot of damage yet. But once those hearts run out, then Wolf Link will disappear. And the next time, if you do want to play with him again, then you can wait 1 day in real world time, not 1 day in in-game time, but 1 day in real world time, and then you can tap Wolf Link to the gamepad again and call him back into Breath of the Wild. Yep. You need to get after those boars, Chico.
I know. It's interesting what a difference Wolf Link can make, especially if you've taken the time to really kind of make him a burly wolf before you bring him into the game. And if you're starting out, he can really help cover your back for you as you're getting a feel for the gameplay.
He was right behind me. Jeez.
Uh-oh. Well, that's the other thing you can do is you can...
He killed me.
Yeah.
And he left the food for you, too. It's very polite of him.
It's so kind of him that he takes down the prey but does not eat the meat. He leaves that for you.
He loves me. So.
Now the other thing, of course, is if you do get separated from Wolf Link, you can blow your whistle. You can blow a whistle or whistle to him and call him back to you. And you'll also, of course, he is a wolf. Oh, listen to that bark! I love it.
He's got a lot of other really cool animations if you watch him.
It's so good. Oh. So you can, if he runs off in a different direction, then you can whistle to him and he'll come right back to you.
Talk at all about his ability to sniff things out as well?
Well, yeah, you will. Of course, he is a wolf, so wolves having good noses. He'll be able to help you out and later on in the game be able to sniff out certain items for you, which is quite nice. But of course, Wolf Link isn't the only amiibo that's going to be compatible with The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Talk about this interesting display.
We actually have a few more brand new amiibo. Hopefully we can get in very close on these. The level of detail on these new amiibo are really, truly stunning. This is Archer Link, and I'm just going to slowly rotate him around.
Oh, especially the detail on the back of his shield is
this side, you can see right here, you can see the detail on the Sheikah slate. The head of this arrow, which you see from the video in the Guardian battle, incredibly detailed, very, very well replicated. You have the arrows hanging from Leek's belt, and just the amount of detail that you get on even his armbands and tunic are really amazing. These are easily the most highly detailed amiibo that I think we've created so far. And this is the first of, we have 3 that we want to show you today. So the first is Archer Link. Really cool. I can't wait to get these. It's great because I've been, Aonuma-san and I have been talking for a long time about wanting to have Zelda figures available for people. So hopefully people are excited for these. This is Rider Link. Again, one favorite. Of the, just the sense of presence you get from the horse. The way that it's sculpted, you get so much detail in the muscles, the mane, even the bridle with the saddle and everything. Link's shield hanging on the back, the saddlebags. Really, really nice. We have some online, we have some videos that show these in really close-up detail, rotating around, that are really great.
And I think we might have these on display actually at the booth here, so folks can maybe check out. Hopefully there'll be some more photos folks are taking online, but it's so impressive how they were able to realize the art style, I think, of the game here. And it really feels like it captures the softness of the color and the detail. It's really cool.
Billy's probably the only few people who can actually touch it.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not touching it because I like my job and I don't want to break things.
These are still in a prototype form. They're near final, but they are, because of that, they're a little bit fragile still.
I feel like
so
you can get away with it if something terrible happens, but I'm keeping a very respectful distance.
Now then, I have one more to show, and this one is, of course, very, very impressive. This is a Guardian amiibo, and again, you can see the amount of detail. It really helps to bring sort of those glowing pink colors to life. You can see the eye in front there. And although I'm not gonna bend it today, this is the first amiibo that we've created that has posable parts. You can bend the legs. If you're with our pre-production model, it's you have to be very careful. So I'd rather not. But in when we release this alongside the game, you'll be able to bend the legs freely and kind of pose the amiibo however you like.
I'm kind of looking forward to making dioramas with those arms. Like he's going to be grabbing other amiibo in my collection, or maybe actually battling Link or something while I've got him sitting out. It's going to be really fun to see what I can do once I've got a production model I can feel safe with. Yeah.
So these are 3 amiibo that we have coming to launch alongside The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I'm really excited. I can't wait to get them. But we just wanted to give you a quick moment and share those with you. Chico, is there anything else that you wanted to show us with Wolf Link? Or
no? That's about it. Well, we've got a little bit of time. We can maybe do some quick running around with it, maybe see if we can find another camp to hit before we wrap up.
I think there's a camp over here. I hope they're awake. I don't want to always, attack them when they're sleeping.
It is really interesting, I found, just finding new places to run around with him at. And actually, I think we might be coming up to something that we shouldn't see just yet, so
all right.
We'll hang on to that for later. But thank you so much, Bill and Chico, for joining us and giving us a look at the amiibo functionality. Folks, again, if you happen to know somebody who's here at the show, you might want to see if they can take some photos of these. We've got them on display. And please don't go anywhere. Actually, next up, we're going to have Miyamoto-san join us, and we're going to be talking about how this game actually ties in really interesting ways to the original Legend of Zelda game. So please stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hey everybody, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. I'm Sam, and I'm joined by my colleagues Ed, Chico, Ray, and Bill on the end there. And we have a really special guest with us for this segment. Miyamoto-san has joined us to talk to us a little bit about The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Now, earlier on today, Aonuma-san stopped by and was talking to us about the different ways that this game kind of steps away from what people might think about as the traditional Zelda conventions. But what we'd love to talk about with you, Miyamoto-san, is how we're actually getting back to the roots of the original Legend of Zelda game here.
以前ゼルダの青沼さんに来ていただいて今回はゼルダの当たり前を見直したということなんですがそれに関して今回はそれもあるんですけどさらに初代のゼルダに戻ったというのも言えるんではないでしょうか。
そうですねゼルダの当たり前を見直したって言ってとか壊すとか言ってるんですけど実はそれはゼルダシリーズが積み上げられていってでタクトが出て使い物ソードになりっていう流れの中でどんどんとゼルダがもともと持ってた自由なアドベンチャーという部分が損なわれてシーケンシャルに遊ぶものになりすぎた、それを原点に戻そうということでもあるんですね。
So we talk about reimagining the conventions of Zelda, but really as the series progressed, there's a lot of more added features, like if you look at the last Skyward Sword, and as we started doing that, we realized that the game was becoming more and more sequential. So what we really wanted to go back to was the original spirit of Zelda, which was actually freedom.
So we're starting this segment off. For those of you who maybe missed the morning segment, you'll see a little bit of the beginning of the game again, and we're doing that for a very specific purpose. But one of the things that we saw early this morning at the beginning was that once again the game starts by Link waking up, and I was curious why Link always wakes up to begin the game.
まず今日ね世界中でこの中継を見てもらってる人たちは経験することできないですからね、朝と同じようなシーンを何度も見てもらうことになるかもわかんないですけども、今言ったように本当に裸で始まります。で最初のゼルダもね何もないところから始まったんですね。
As Bill mentioned, there might be a little bit of repeat, but there's a specific reason we're doing that. So, you know, in the original Zelda, there was this, just like in the original Zelda, you start off with really nothing much on yourself.
初めてあのゲームを作った時にね、当時スーパーマリオとかを遊んで、出てきたゲームを遊んでクリアするっていうのに慣れてた人たちが一体何をしていいのか分からないってでモニターを撮るとすごくその意見が多かったので、その時まだリンクは剣持ってたんですけども、じゃあもう剣も外して本当に分からないところから自分で考えて遊ぶ遊びってことが分かりやすくしようというので、剣を同人がくれるようにね変更したという歴史があるんです。
So, you know, when the original Zelda came out at the time, people were used to games like Mario where you just play through the levels that come up as they come up. And we had feedback that, you know, you were tossed into this field with a shield and sword and, you know, weren't given any directions. So it was kind of confusing. So we thought, you know what, let's just take it all the way. We'll just remove the shield and the sword as well and start from there where the old man gives you the sword. That's what we did.
Mr. Miyamoto, you know, it's interesting for us to see this now. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about your vision of, you know, 30 years ago with all the technology that's happened since and sort of the concepts and ideas that you've been able to see these teams develop now over that time.
技術もすでに発達して今のゼルダというのに関してもお話しいただきます。
そうですね、本当にこの世界そのものが再現されている。昔のゼルダっていうのはイメージのイラストがあったように、このイメージをイメージして遊んでくださいって言ってたのが、今はそのイラストをはるかに超えるぐらい全部が本当に作られてて、その作られているもののところに直接自分が歩いていけるっていうすごい技術になりましたね。
So, you know, in the old Zelda, there's this image, an illustration that we started with, and you kind of had to put that in your imagination as you were playing along. But now, you really don't need that illustration. This vast world ahead of you, you know, it surpasses the illustration, and now you can actually walk and do things in that in this world that's come to life.
And I think we actually have that original illustration here from the original manual.
Yeah, it is.
Right, you see Link on the edge of the cliff. And what's amazing to me is when you take a look from the cliff edge, you can actually see the same mountain, those same twin peaks. We have them right on screen here now in that original illustration here in the world of Breath of the Wild.
It's really interesting how that captures this sense of excitement, not only looking over this cliff, but also when you're on the edge of the plateau and you're just kind of looking at all this space that you really want to get to and explore.
And of course, as Miyamoto-san said, the NES game starts with an old man who gives you a sword. You start off in a field and you walk into a cave to get the sword. In this game, you start in a cave and you walk out into a field. So it's almost like it's reversed.
Miyamoto-san, you mentioned the fact that it was a very conscious choice to not give the player a lot in the way of instruction or tutorial at the beginning of the original Legend of Zelda. Was it a similar reason that you didn't give a lot of story information at the beginning and you kind of dropped the player into this world without telling them anything about what's going on around them?
そのままフィールドに落とされてということがあったんですが、それに加えてバックストーリーというか背景もあまり説明されていないので、そういう意味に関してもお話しいただけますか。
そうですね。どうしてもあなたは何でどんなところに置かれててっていうことをプレイヤーが理解するために最近のゼルダっていうのはいろんな人が出てきて説明してたんですね。でこれは本当に原点に帰って自分が何か分かんない状態から始まって本当に自然と接しながら徐々にヒーローになっていくっていうお話にできたので非常に前半の語りが少なくてどっちかというと自分が生きていくための技をいろんな探してる間にだんだん分かってくるっていう作りになります。
So, you know, in past Zelda titles, we've gotten to the kind of tendency where there's a lot of explanation by different NPCs to tell you who you are and what your role is. But we went back to the origins of Zelda and, you know, to discover kind of who you are. You don't know who you are. You don't know what you're supposed to do. And you're thrown into this world. And as you're traveling and interacting with nature, trying to survive this you learn who you are and what your role is in this big world.
One of the other things that I loved about the NES Zelda game was every time you walked into a new... Well, you started the game and you could just go off in any direction, which we see Chico doing here, heading off in a different direction from where I started from earlier in the game. But the other thing is that on every screen there was movement. Every time you entered a new screen, there were enemies on the screen, and they were milling about or shooting arrows, or if they were Octoroks, shooting rocks. And you have that same sense here, but in this case, the movement is coming from the natural world. With the wild animals like the boars, you see the leaves kind of floating through the air, and you'll notice things like squirrels and lizards running around on the ground.
動きっていうのが敵だったんですけど、今回ではまあ動きもまた同じような動きがあるんですけど、それは敵ではなく自然のものであったりが多いですよね。
森もね、ものすごく自然になって、葉っぱの数もすごい多いですし、でこれ昔から我々8ビットのね、こう平面のスクリーンを使いながらゲームを作ってきたけど、足音がそれらしく聞こえるようにいろんな足音をつけたりして雰囲気はですよ、もう本当に今絵もですけども音も含めてすごく自然に自分が自然の中にいるっていうのを書けるようになりましたね。鳥が鳴きましたね。
So just as you heard the bird there, in original Zelda, we were looking at obviously 2D screen. That's what we were working with, and so to create some depth, we did things with the audio, like having different footsteps with different surfaces to create that depth. But now everything's there, not only visually but orally too. So it's really just it's almost like you're in the wilderness and you're just experiencing it for yourself. Chico, you're pretty good. No, please don't pressure me, Mr. Miyamoto. You know, I usually stay far away and shoot with arrows.
Chico didn't have any arrows.
If I did, yeah, I would use arrows better. Haha, now I have it.
So I wonder, Miyamoto-san, if you could tell our viewers a little bit more about the extent of your involvement in Breath of the Wild and the kind of things that you've been involved in.
宮本さんの今作のはい
まあいつもと同じようにね、最近僕エグゼクティブプロデューサーってつくと思うんですけども、実はその都度いろんな役割をしてて、まあ最近まではエグゼクティブプロデューサーと書いてあるんですけど、ディレクターと一緒にディレクティングをしているというところまで入ってたんですよ。今回はね、本当にリンクの基本的な動きとか自然とのやり取りとか、それから特に本当に自然に見えるかどうかという監修とか、そういうところに徹してて、まあ、あとお金の手配とか、本当に現場がどんどん今一緒に作ってきた青沼さんとか藤林さんとかディレクターたちと、それからプログラマーとかデザイナーがみんなでこれを作ってくれてる。
So, you know, I think my position will end up being executive producer on this title as well, but I have been in the past, but in past Zelda titles, I took on a lot of different roles as well. You know, even though I was the executive producer, I did a lot of things that maybe a director would have. But this time around, my involvement is really focused on just making sure that Link's movement is natural and his interaction with the environment, with nature, is natural, and that it's all a smooth experience. And really all the details, I've left it really up to Mr. Aonuma and Mr. Fujibayashi, and of course all the designers and programmers. You know, this is a really collaborative effort on everyone's behalf. And then I also look after the financials too.
I was actually curious, you mentioned when Chico was fighting the Bokoblin with the axe there that your approach would have been probably to shoot from a distance. Can you tell us a little bit more about how your approach has been as you play this game?
自分はこういうところが有利にある打つとおっしゃったんですが、そういった違うゲームプレイができるということですね、このゲーム。
Before you jump into that, I just have to point out how much this reminds me of the original meat item in the original NES Zelda game.
It's gotten so big.
本当にね、さっき冗談で言ってた裸のままでガノンまで行こうかとかいう話をしてたんですけども、それぐらいどんな遊び方もできるようになってます。だから一人の敵ともどの武器を使ってもいいし、敵の武器を奪って使ってもいいし、本当に自分の武器が壊れてそうせざるを得ない時もあるぐらいいろんな戦い方があります。
You know, before this stream started, we were kind of joking around. You can probably take on Ganon with just as he is in the Noon, and you really can do that. That's how much freedom this game offers. So you can use all different kinds of weapons for all different kinds of enemies. You can take their weapons and use it against them. So it really does open up to any kind of gameplay style that you prefer.
It also opens up a lot of different possibilities in terms of how you want to approach things like combat or puzzle solving. You know, in certainly the more recent 3D Zelda games, generally when you found yourself faced with a puzzle, there's one solution. Whereas in this game, even as we've been playing in the Treehouse, we found that different people have very different approaches in terms of how they want to try to solve puzzles. And I think Chico is taking a slightly different approach here to how she wants to deal with some combat.
And actually, now we're here.
風がすごい吹いてるので、敵の方に燃え広がっていく。
So like you see here, the wind is going towards the enemies, who just use the fire to take it back to where the enemy is.
We're just talking a little bit about how the fire played an interesting role in the original Legend of Zelda as well.
That's right. This is, I think, the first time in a while that Link is able to use really fire as a weapon in a lot of different ways. In the original NES Zelda game, you could burn bushes and find things there. And I'm sure a lot of all of you probably spent a lot of time burning every bush in the game.
Just in case. Especially Bill. Bill loves burning things.
Yeah, he loves bombs too.
That's right. So I think maybe what we're going to do here is switch to a slightly different save data, and we're going to look at a slightly different area of the plateau here.
So I'm curious, Miyamoto-san, as we're moving on to another section of the game, it must be a really interesting experience having been involved in a series for this long and over this many iterations. Have you found that there are things that you wished you could have had in the original Legend of Zelda game that you've been able to realize over the course of the series?
今までいろいろなゼルダと携わってきた宮本さんなんですが、今回で、初代のゼルダでできなかったことを組み込みたかったっていうのはあるんですか？
いや現場のメンバー、プログラマー、特にプログラマーとデザイナーたちが自然をそのまま自然として作り直そうということにすごいチャレンジをしてて、僕はこのネタがこうなるというよりそれ全体が理想的だなと思ってただけなんですね。だからこの部分のアイデアをこうして作ってくれって言ったことはなくて、現場がどんどんものを作っていくっていう感じです。
You know, the programmers and the designers, instead of kind of trying to make one spec or one feature available, they try to really recreate nature as is within the game. And within that step, there's a lot of things that came up. And so there wasn't anything that I specifically requested. It all came from the development, or excuse me, the programmers and the designers.
で拡張していく、自然に大きなものが出来上がっていくという方にざーっとものが進んでいくんですけど、意外とそれができていくことで細かいディテールの部分が仕上がっていって、でディテールを見ると意外と新しい発見があるんですね。どうも動きそうな岩と動かなさそうな岩が見てなんとなく雰囲気で分かるとかね。
So as we're trying to create this massive world, we noticed that during that step, we realized a lot of the small, minute details are being polished as well. So when you're playing the game, you know, there's all these details and things that you just kind of notice and stumble upon. For example, like you know, when you look at pieces of rock or stone, some of them you kind of know that you can't move, and some of them look suspiciously movable, and you just kind of have this feeling.
I just don't have anything near me for. Oh, wait. There's one.
I mean, it definitely is such a rich,
maybe not
immersive experience. It feels so good. Bill bringing up the chunk of meat looking like the one from the NES reminded me of, you know, that was one of my first great video game moments as a kid, was going into that cave scene, grumble, and being like, oh, okay, here's a puzzle. This is something to figure out. And then remembering, because I had the manual memorized at that point, because that was all the literature we had back then. I was like, oh, I bet you he's hungry. Oh, there's meat there. It's just like, like my first little light bulb going off. I still remember that moment very clearly.
初代ゼルダで肉を与えるパズルがあったんですけど、それを初めて解いた時に本当に自分の中でやったっていう感覚が出て、本当ゼルダのアイテムゲットのそれがなかったました。
Yeah, and this was an example here again of, you know, in the original NES Zelda game, sometimes there were those conspicuous spots where you knew you could place a bomb. In that game, sometimes you had to tap the wall to see if the sound was different. But here in Breath of the Wild, it's really interesting because they've done such a very good job, as Miyamoto was pointing out, of how the walls are designed in a way that they give you a little bit of a hint that maybe you can blow it up. But there have also been plenty of times where I've had to experiment and see if it actually can happen.
ちゃったように見た目で分かる時もあれば、でも実際にやってみないと分からない。
そうですね。雰囲気で分かるところもあります。
Yeah, it's kind of a gut feeling you have when you look at it.
So I'm curious, Miyamoto-san, have you been surprised as you watch members of the dev team play this game, seeing the different approaches they take, or maybe them playing the game in ways that other members of the team didn't really expect?
開発現場を見てきた宮本さんの中で、開発者がこれをプレイしていろんなプレイの仕方があるんですけど、こういったプレイの面白かったとか、一般の人はこういったプレイをしないだろうなっていうプレイの仕方など見ましたでしょうか。
そうですね。まだ攻略しきれてないので分かんないんですけども、例えば馬をうまく使ってっていう馬を使って、どの乗り物でどういう武器を使って遊ぶとか、それからすごく上手になると時計を止める、スローにする、いやうまくプレーをするとスローになるんですね。そういうところをどんどん上手い人のを見てると参考になって。
You know, so I actually haven't beat the game, so there's a lot that I'm still discovering as well. But you know, I'm just looking at some of the development team play this. You know how they use different types of vehicles and what weapons to use when they're riding those vehicles, and then also like the horse basically. And also, you know, if you're really good at playing, like you saw earlier, you can go into the slow motion effect. So seeing that kind of high level gameplay is really I learned a lot from it.
からこの登るとかもあるんですけどね、ここ体力があるので登りきれないかもわかんないですけど、そう登る方法とか、登らずに裏側から行くとか、例えば敵の砦なんかでも正面から行くんじゃなくて裏側から入っていったり、だからこれからいろんなワープとかいろんな技ができてくると、いろんなルートが開発されるんですね。
So you know, even with climbing, you got to keep an eye out for the stamina gauge. So you make sure that you have places to rest when you going up, or maybe you could just go all the way around and go from the back. And likewise, when you're maybe attacking the enemy camp, you don't need to go from the entrance. You can go back around and attack from the back side. So really, there's a lot that, and as more and more features get unlocked, there's a lot of more ways to play the game and you know, solve these puzzles.
Now, Miyamoto-san, one of the inspirations that you had for The Legend of Zelda came from your early days in the Boy Scouts. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
はい。今聞こえましたそうですね、昔ね、最初のゼルダを作ってる時に、子供の頃ボーイスカウトでね、いろんなハイキングをしたり、それからオリエンテーリングをしたりで、それで山の上に登って、その山の上にすごい湖が伸び、すごい感動したことを思い出したんですね。だからその頃の思い出でゼルダを作ったり、ゼルダを遊んでて思い出したっていうで、そのシーンが今度はもうさらに拡大されて、山に実際自分が行ってあるところから、そこまでにしましょう
So, you know, when I was a child, I was in the Boy Scout and I used to go do hiking and orienteering. And there was a time when I was climbing the mountain and it cleared up into this beautiful lake. And when I saw a scene similar to that original Zelda, it brought me back to that. And now looking at this Zelda, it's even more grander than it was before.
だからルートを攻略しながらこう山の上まで行って、でこっちへ行く目的地があるんですけど、ちょっとこっちにも興味があって行った時にいつ戻ればいいのかってだんだん自分で不安になってくるっていうけど、意外とそれがね、短時間の間にいろんなシミュレーションができるのがこの大地の魅力だと思います。
You know, and when you're climbing a mountain, you have a destination, but then something strikes your interest, so you kind of go off the path. And then, you know, there's a lot of interesting things out there, but then you start to wonder, wait, when am I supposed to go back? Am I going to be able to go back? But then that kind of feeling is recreated here. And what's great about this game is within a short period of time, you're able to really explore a lot, and there's a lot to explore in this.
And that's one of the things that I love about the game is that just like the original NES Zelda game, it's very easy to kind of wander off your path or get lost in the world and find yourself in an area where the enemies are way beyond your skill level.
Right.
And then you've got to decide if you want to try to fight it out or if you want to try to turn around and run back.
初代ゼルダのように自由に行けるので、ちょっと強すぎるところにも行ってしまって、どうやって戻るか分かんなくなる時もある。
そうですね。これあれですよね。今チコさんうちわで仰いでコログのうちわで船を進めてますけどね。
So Chico's waving the fan with the cork fan to move forward in the raft here.
こういう今度進む自分で進める引っかかってる
引っかかってますね。
自分で進めるイカダっていうのはね、これ今物理で計算で引っかかってしまってるんですけども、8ビットの頃からこうイカダに乗ったらスッと進むとか内輪で仰ぐとかいうネタはいろいろあるんですけども、今回そういう漫画のようなこと、嘘のようなこと、漫画のようなことを全部本物の物理でやるとすごい新しい魅力があるんですね。こんなこと起こるわけないですけど、嘘のような本当をやる。
You know, like when Chico is stuck there, it's because of the physics engine of this game. But then, you know, obviously you can't actually swing a fan and propel yourself on a raft. And these are all kind of comic book-like effects. But taking that and applying that into a physics engine creates this whole new experience. It's very fun to watch.
Of course, in the original NES Zelda game, Link somehow had a raft that he carried around with him. But in this case, you'll have to find the raft in the lake and ride it across.
そうですね。だから見つけたのに、うちは持ってないから慌てて取りに行か
You know, you might find the raft and you realize, oh no, I don't have a fan, so you got to go back and go grab it.
I'm hoping that maybe working on this game has given the members of the development team maybe a budding interest in hiking and maybe joining you on a trip. I think like a dev team field trip sounds like it would be amazing once everybody's had a chance to play this game.
Some team building.
チームビルディング、調査で開発でハイキング行ったりとか、ラフティング行ったりとか楽しそうですね。
はい、そうですね。
Maybe hide copies of the game and they have to go hunt them out on the mountain.
ちょっと難しいと思いました。
Tough enemies.
Oh, Chico's on
Shake it
ice.
off, Chico, shake it off. There you go.
I had a whole leg. I couldn't touch.
僕はね、こういう矢を使って戦うとかね、するとね、必ずその後で矢を拾って回る。
You know, when I use arrows to fight enemies, I always make sure to pick up all the arrows that I use.
特にミスして撃ったやつは後から拾って集めて。
Especially the ones that I miss, I go back and grab them.
だから数が少なくなってくると敵にわざと撃たせて、敵が撃ったやつを後から集めて回る。
Or when I start running out of arrows, I let the enemy shoot arrows at me and then go and grab those and make it my own.
すごい慎重なプレー。
I'm very a cautious player.
It's a very economical.
Absolutely.
It may surprise you, but I'm somewhat of a reckless player.
We've seen that.
We all know.
He goes chopping up some firewood here.
I don't know if I have flint though.
This is actually one of the other things that I love about the game is that, you know, certainly in the original 8-bit Zelda game, the team did an amazing job of using the limited color palettes and the limited graphics of the time to depict a very fully realized world with a lot of different terrain. And we see that again here in Breath of the Wild, but to an exponential degree. And you see it just in the style of trees that we've seen so far, with the forest down below to the fir trees up here in the mountains. It's really impressive.
初代のゼルダでは限られた色と限られたフィックスでやってたんですが、それで実現された世界ですから、今回比べ物にならないぐらいいろいろな種類があって、木だけでもいろいろな種類があってすごい。
森に行くと本当に森のように見えるし、森に行くとキノコとかたくさんあるんですよね。
So if you go to the forest, it really does look like a forest. You can get things like mushrooms from the forest.
おお、引っかかった。
It goes without saying, but it really is. This game is so beautiful. It looks so good.
本当に美しいゲームですね。
Yes, I'm against the current, so I can't go.
Yeah. So.
Miyamoto-san, since we were talking about the fact that you've been really involved in making sure that all the animations and the movement feels really good, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the temperature system and your thoughts on that, because that's really interesting as far as how it affects Link as he's traveling through the world.
先ほどリンクが自然に動けるっていうのを監修されてたっておっしゃっていたんですが、温度に関してもどのようにリンクが影響されるかについてお話しいただきます。
そうですね。これはもうほとんど現場のディレクターたちが作っていってるんですけども、山の上の方に行くと気温が低くなりますよね。そうするとちょっと暖かくなれるものを食べたらとか。で今度のゲームは服もね、ものすごい種類の服があるんですけども、それが暑いところと寒いところのために準備されてたり、それからそれを食べ物で補うっていうアイデアも入ってるんですね。
You know, so this is actually an idea that came out just entirely from the directors and the development team. So for example, as you're climbing a mountain, the taller you go, the higher you go, the colder it gets. So you have to prepare yourself by eating food that gives you cold resistance. And this game has a plethora of different clothes that you can wear, and so that helps you prepare for any kind of environment that you're going towards. And then so there's a element of preparing yourself by having the right clothes, and there's also an element of preparing yourself by eating the right food.
I feel like this probably all harkens back to your Boy Scout days some way, yet again.
From the Boy Scout
being prepared. Yes.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, always be.
So I know the animation when Link's cold and you look at him and you just feel so
Oh, when he's shivering, yeah.
Yeah, I was just torturing him
Teeth
by taking
chattering.
his clothes off.
Yeah.
So don't take your clothes off here.
Sure.
I think people like
that.
playing with it and they noticed if he wasn't wearing boots and he's cold, you actually see his toes get red as he's shivering and you're I'm so sorry.
Mr. Miyamoto, was there anything else you wanted to add in terms of the stories of the development of the NES game or anything related to this game?
初代の開発についての話であったり、今回の開発についての話だったりありますでしょうか？
そうですね。いろいろ現場とやり取りをして、結構ね、僕は今度ね、食べ物の材料の種類とかすごい多いんですね。で、アイテムの数もすごい多いんです。で、それをこの組み合わせ、この組み合わせて。いろんな組み合わせを楽しむっていうのはみんな好きみたいで、僕その面倒くさくて嫌っていうふうに結構対立しながら作ってたんですけども、まあだんだんとこう仕上がってくると、今までのゼルダっていうのはルピーを集めるんですけど、ルピー集めても使い道がないとか言われたんですけど、それがね結構厚みを持ったので、まあルピーを集める以外のものも集めてルピーに置き換えたりしながら、本当にバランスのいいゲームになってきたと思います。
You know, so as we're, there's a lot of back and forth with the dev team, and there's a lot of items, a lot of ingredients that you can collect. And I'm kind of a lazy person, so it's kind of a pain to mess with all that. And so there's a little back and forth with the development team. But as it's becoming more and more polished, I realize there's a lot of fun, a lot of joy to be had in there. And there's just really a lot you can do with all of the options that you have in this game.
And
Speaking of options, check it out. Nice moves, Chico.
Well, thank you, Miyamoto-san, so much for joining us and sharing some stories about the development of the original game and how this is kind of bringing us back around to the roots of the Zelda series. It's really cool to see how the two have been connecting. And I hope you enjoy maybe taking a walk through the booth if you haven't already. Now that we've got everything up and running. It's very cool.
お時間ありがとうございました。That's cool.
ありがとうございました。
上手でした。
You're very good, Chico.
And everybody else, thanks for joining us. Folks who are watching, please don't go anywhere. In a few minutes, we're going to come back and take you into another of the shrines that you can check out on the plateau. So please stay tuned.
Stick around.
And we're back on Nintendo Treehouse live at E3. I am Eric, and I'm joined here today with by Ed and Audrey. And Ed's going to take us through one of the shrines in the game. So Ed, take it away.
All right, here we go. We're gonna what we're calling Shrine 3, which it's not really a 3 or anything. It's just the third we're showing today.
It's our third.
Yeah, so I'm finally I'm excited because I finally get to do some play here. Been doing a lot of talking today. So we're outside the woodcutter's cabin, and I'm gonna head up here.
You're climbing his house.
Yes, because I can.
Oh,
so
that
check
doesn't
this
look
out.
suspicious.
This is one of the great things about this game is you can really looking off in the distance. You see all these places. These are places we can go to. And so I'm gonna get a closer look here. Where were you? You were up there? I'm going to mark it on my map just to be safe. So, all right, so I want to check it out.
Well, you're just going to pass by that really suspicious-looking thing?
No,
So suspicious.
You know better than that. I want to grab that pot lid, though. Can't
That's
let
true.
that
You
go.
needed that pot lid.
Right.
You did.
And of course, these pop-ups that you're going to get for your items, don't freak out. It just happens because this is the first time because we're all rebooting these things. So it's not going to happen every time, everywhere, all the time. So what's shaking up here? Just checking. We're hanging out. Is there something up here?
That other side. Boom, see, sparkly.
Did you see sparkly? You see that?
Sparkly.
Is that something?
Examine
Oh,
it.
yeah. Should we do it?
Oh.
Boom. Cute.
Anyone who played Wind Waker might recognize these little guys.
So this is our second one we've seen today in parks.
This might be our.
Was it third?
It's a Korok, regardless.
Yeah.
Yes, they're all over the place.
They're all over.
They're all over the place.
Super fun. So I'm going to head over to this map marker that I've had. I'm grabbing an apple. I might grab 2.
That apple's mocking you. Don't let him get away with it.
A leap off there. So, did I pick up the axe?
Oh, no.
I didn't grab the axe. Hey, it's a woodcutter's cabin. You know what would be good to get? The woodcutter's axe.
Yes. I mean, you could, you know, chop down a tree with any bladed weapon.
You
It's
could.
just not as efficient.
It's not. I just want it though. This is my axe of you. So here we go. And the woodcutter's axe.
You're so much less steely than I am. It's respectable.
So again, this is one of the really cool, like, sort of abilities to interact with the environment here. You see this tree? It's got a couple notches on it. You know, that's
He already
interesting.
started at that one.
So, and I'm going to take out my trusty, dandy woodcutter's axe. So I'm going to give it a couple thwacks.
Boom.
Nice.
Oh,
Check it out. This is going to be cool. But it's also, it's not just, so that was how you do it. Because I had my hips pointed the correct way because I've been practicing
Your
my
follow-through
logging.
was pretty
But
good.
you know, I mean, you can fell these things in any direction, and you know, it's not. This isn't an automatic.
That wouldn't have
Like,
worked for a bridge.
That's not gonna. That'll be the bridge to your doom. Is what it is, and I always get so nervous.
Oh, be careful. So careful.
Walking a timber tightrope. All right.
You had it under control.
Check it out.
We had faith in you.
Hey guys. Hi guys. Come here. Come here. I want.
You might want to pull your sword out, man.
Let me see.
Oh. That was almost a really nice
Almost.
dodge.
Almost. Almost ain't good enough with these guys.
No.
It's not getting it.
Oh, watch that
Not getting
cliff there.
You know what?
Fall off that.
Yeah, just
Ugh.
have at them.
Run.
Ooh, that was pretty stylish. Okay.
Come here. Your mama was a Hinox. Come here. Oh.
That's uncalled for, Ed.
I know.
Really.
Taunting is unnecessary.
Children might be watching.
But fun. Alright. We'll pick up some stuff. Pick up
Yeah.
the Traveler's Sword here. Alright, cool.
You're stocked.
So looking
You're in good
around.
shape.
More apples. That's
I'm
cool.
gonna switch to a faster weapon. That axe is powerful, but
It is,
slow.
but it's a little slow. So
it's pretty
you know,
slow.
you can be a little
Yeah.
lighter of doom there. So you got this little area. It's like, what's going on here? And you're checking it out. It's like, oh, okay, maybe there's a couple little like, can I climb this thing? I can.
You can climb almost anything.
We can climb almost anything, but there's a little,
Pretty
little
steep.
plateau area over here. We'll check that out.
So this is a very tall cliff. You're not going to be able to make it all up in one go. So you found kind of this resting spot where Link is going to, you know, re-energize essentially and get his stamina back.
Get your stamina wheel going again. So check it out. And it's like, oh, well, there's a couple things up there and yonder. So maybe that's the way we go.
Yeah, you can get up to pretty high places if you're clever about how you climb, how you use your stamina. Crafty, if you will.
Gotta be crafty. And get up here. I'm gonna make that leap. Grab that restroom,
nice.
which I think is my favorite item name thus far. And look at that, we got little line of restrooms.
So those restrooms, of course, we're going to actually go into this in the next segment when we take an in-depth look at cooking. But if you were to cook that, it's going to have a special effect that's going to increase Link's speed for a limited amount of time. So, for instance, if you were to cook this here, you'd actually be able to climb faster and make it up here with a little more ease.
Which would be a way to manipulate your stamina wheel.
Oh, be careful.
Without
You're pretty low.
Jump.
Oh, yeah. See, you can use
look
your
at that.
one
Love
last
it.
jump
Yes.
like you did to get to that higher
gotta be
plane you're
smart
trying to get
about-
to.
All right, so from here, we would like to go to maybe, okay, I think we can make it up there. All right.
Oh. I'm all about the starting jump, Ed. Gotta get the
Oh, I
starting
know, it's
jump.
true, right?
Yeah.
It is fun. Like each kind of like climbing segment is a little puzzle almost. Like you have
in and of itself, yeah.
You have to use your stamina. Like really wisely. Because when you're at the very top, if you're about to run out, you can do that last leap and actually make it up there.
Even if you just have one little sliver of stamina, you can sometimes make it up to the top.
Just get that little, there we go. And what do we have here?
Ooh, patience, or not.
Check it.
Or not.
Cool. Shrine Oadaim.
Yeah.
Pop out our little Sheikah slate.
It's such a relief when you finally make it into the safety of a shrine after going through, you know, God knows what to get there.
Treacherous climb.
Well, relative. I mean, some shrines aren't so safe.
Yeah, that's true. This little room is safe, though. A second to breathe.
Very safe, not ominous or foreboding at all.
Nope.
It's actually safe.
Yep.
Here we go.
And now we're going to get another yummy ability, another new rune to play with.
It's very cool how they've integrated technology into this with the Sheikah slate, with the runes, with the different functionalities. It's a lot of fun. Get our tips and tricks here going. All right, here we are.
Mysterious voice, nothing to worry about.
Stasis trial. So we'll pop our Sheikah slate in there. See what we got.
A little droplet of technology.
Highly advanced stuff here.
Yes.
Highly advanced.
Oh, wow, you had to.
I'm fired. So this is a stasis rune that it's giving us, and this is going to show, we're going to show this off here. What this does, what this rune will do, it will allow us to freeze certain objects. Freeze the motion, not actually freezing cold.
It'll just freeze it for a limited time, though, so you have to be pretty quick.
So you'll see this wearing off, that gear, and then there's a recharge on here. So you're not going to be able to, like, immediately just pop back into that thing. And so what do we got here? We got a big boulder coming on down.
Oh. We don't need our Indiana Jones moment.
And
keep going.
Freeze that right there yet again. And but there's we'll come around.
So you can also just take the stasis off instead of letting it wear out. If you want to,
you can just immediately end it. Yeah.
Just pull the stasis off.
I'm gonna pick up this iron sledgehammer here. And oh, looky over there. There's a little something actually behind that where that boulder was coming down. Let's go check that out.
A true hero takes every opportunity for treasure, Ed.
Oh, you have to. You have to.
Run!
Let's check that. Yeah, we got little opal.
So that's going to be nice later when you need a few rupees, you know?
Yeah.
Just catch that puppy in.
So we'll see here.
You're so patient. I've died so many times just trying to go for it when I shouldn't.
So one of the other cool things about the stasis rune, it doesn't just simply lock in anything, any moving object. It doesn't just freeze its motion. What you can do is pop into something, freeze it there, and then I'm actually going to switch weapons here. And what you can do is you can sort of get all this stored energy into it. And once that stasis comes off, all that energy that you've built up gets released in whatever object you've frozen there. And it's now allows me to walk past.
Yeah, cool. And you can use that in all sorts of creative ways throughout the game.
It's kind of wily, though. I've had that thing fly back and then come barreling in my face, so you gotta watch out.
Well, that's the thing, the physics engine, you never know exactly where it's going to bounce. You have to think about, you know, this thing might bounce back and crush it, so
I want to get out. Like,
playing with fate here.
Is it just going to... Oh, because it's against the pillar.
That could have worked out so much worse for you.
We can... I get nervous around the edges here, too, so... But we'll go ahead and we'll...
That's the thing, the
get our
physics-based
reward
puzzles, there's so many different ways to solve a single puzzle. You can use a number of your runes to solve the same puzzle in some cases.
It's true. That's part of the fun, is figuring out your way to solve a puzzle, your way to progress in the game. He's been waiting this whole time for you to steal his treasure.
You're not really stealing it. He's giving
Borrow. Yeah. Relieve him of his treasure.
it. Yes. His duty's
And of
fulfilled.
his
He
duty.
can now be at rest, the ancient Sheikah monk. Right?
The environment is just it's so cool. I love the ambiance.
This guy's good at decorating.
We need to find out who's the monk's interior decorator.
He looked a little concerned. He was like, what?
What was that?
What next to my chest?
Something? Something happened.
Now he's gonna go nap.
Yes. The big nap.
Not the big nap, medium nap.
The medium nap. The big power nap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take a nap.
He deserves it. He looks a little worn out.
He earned it after many, many years of being in that one pose.
It's true.
That whole time.
It's insanely flexible.
So we'll come on out of the shrine here.
And we've mentioned this before, but these runes, they're not just for use in the shrine. You can use them to do all kinds of things in the world. Like this.
So check this out. So there's this massive boulder here, and ooh, peekaboo! There's a little something, something there too.
How dare it block this treasure from us?
Right. So I'm gonna put that stasis lock on it, and let's get this thing.
Go.
Oh, come on, Ed. You can do better than that.
Oh, get away.
Red. Ooh, that's pretty good. Watch it.
There it goes.
That was a pretty good launch. What's cool is you can launch that at a group of enemies and just wipe them out. You can use it in so many cool ways.
Oh, that would be sweet if there were enemies like right on the level there.
Or flying, like you just hit an eagle or something in the sky.
Yeah, you can't see it, but you killed a bunch of things, I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
We'll get our treasure chest. Nice traveler's bow.
So this traveler's bow actually has kind of a special power to it as well. Yeah. So it's a stronger than standard, and you have these kind of you have these different weapons, but not everyone is the exact same, even if the name is the exact same.
All right. They still have different abilities.
All right. So I think we're moving on to the next segment.
Yeah.
And that segment is going to be another Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild segment. We're going to take an in-depth look at hunting and gathering, so stick around.
Hello, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live. I am Kendra, and I'm up here with my buddies Eric and Ed from Treehouse, and we are about to take a look at Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. We're going to do some hunting, some gathering, and we're also going to check out a new mechanic where we create temporary hearts. So take it away, Eric.
All right. Well, so we're going to get into the nitty-gritty in this segment. The hunting and gathering systems are really sophisticated, and I'm going to get into that after I take out this pheasant who's hiding up here. After I pick this thing up. And because it's the first time I've picked this up, it's going to annoy me, but
gotta be so quiet. Oh, yes. Nice.
Right. So I'm just going to go up and grab this.
A perfectly prepared piece of meat.
It is. Just as like the off. So
bird meat drumstick.
Let's not start it. Okay, so to start, I'm just gonna take a look at my surroundings. So I see here on the log I have a little hearty truffle. So this is something we're gonna cook a little bit later to give us some temporary hearts. But first, I am on the hunt. So let's find some animals.
I love how you're just stealthing everywhere.
I am. You gotta sneak up on them. Ooh.
You do.
Yeah, it's
they
weird
are very
when you
alert.
do that back
There's
at the
a boar.
office.
Oh,
I spooked him.
so cool.
That's right.
Oh, nice. Oh,
all right.
Poor
So
thing.
I got this one. They drop 2 steaks. So they won't always drop 2 steaks, but I have 2 steaks. I can eat this raw meat. This raw meat's going to restore 1 heart, but I can also prepare it to increase its efficacy. And I spy up here in the tree.
Little something?
Some more goodies, little something.
A hardy truffle.
Right, a stemellostrum and a hardy truffle.
So all of these foods have certain qualities to them that, like you said, you can draw out specific elements of them through the preparation, through the cooking process. So this sort of gathering as much as you can get all at once up front is really beneficial here.
I'm trying to chase them down. So if you can get a headshot on these guys, you can actually
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, it's not too hard to find food all throughout the forest, and everywhere you go, there are different things that you can collect.
Yes. So I actually just picked up a butterfly there. If I use that, I can prepare it, mix it with some monster parts. And we're actually going to go take out a monster right now. Right now I'm kind of gathering all this, and then I'll sit down and cook it all.
You got to get your ingredients.
But as you're traveling from place to place in game, you're going to have to obviously replenish your hearts. So in previous Zeldas, you were able to cut down the grass and get your hearts back. In this game, you can't do that. You have to cook. Or you don't have to cook, but you have to eat.
You have to eat.
But cooking usually increases how many hearts you're going to get back. But what you can do with the grass is sometimes when you cut down longer grass, you'll find little insects and whatnot hiding in it.
Find a little something.
So I'm going to postpone that. Let's see if I can take out.
Little buddies hanging out.
And I think something of note also is, you're going on this boar hunting rampage because that's your style, but you can also do a veggie playthrough on this. There's no need to do that because there's so many other forms of food and sustenance that you can gather in the game.
Yeah, and a lot of the veggie dishes that you can prepare have a ton of benefits to them, so it's always worth exploring. Oh gosh, this guy is not happy. Oh my god.
Nice.
I don't know where he went. Oh, he went all the way down there. Let's see. Did I pick up his friend's drops? I'm not sure. That's right. Okay.
Gonna check out some frogs.
Let's see what I got. Ooh, yeah, frogs.
Let's see if we can get some frogs.
So I do get some stuff. Get some more.
Oh, here they are. Right, so that bokoblin I took out dropped a horn and a fin. So I can use both of those and prepare them with, mix them with critters, insects, frogs, and what have you, to make elixirs, which I can then use to give myself special effects.
No froggies.
Still want to get some videos.
Exploring the high grass here.
Let's see if there are any insects. Aha!
Oh, nice.
Yes.
So I got a cricket. So I can also combine that with, and you'll find different stuff, lizards in the grass. And also, you'll find different animals at different times of day. So sometimes, if you go to the nighttime, you find fireflies, which have special effects that you wouldn't get otherwise, and all of that. So, let's take my torch, walk over to this fire, light it, like this, and let's get to cooking. So, I'm going for an inventory. I have 3 steaks. The first steak, I'm just going to eat. I'm not going to eat it. But if I were to eat it, it's going to give me 1 heart. What I can do is I can hold it, and there are multiple ways to prepare food. So here I have a campfire, and I have a cooking pot. So what I can do is I can either hold the torch to this, drop it straight on the fire. It's going to turn the steak, cook it, and it's going to become a seared steak. Okay. So that's going to give me a heart and a half. But I could take that same ingredient, a raw steak, and cook it straight in the
Cooking is so much easier in this game than in real life. He makes it look so easy.
It is. Steaks. So that's going to be 2 hearts. So that's double the amount of health. Right. And obviously, you're not always going to have access to a cooking pot. But, you'll generally always have access to fire.
Or at least you want to try to.
Right. So I can actually hold up to 5 items, and the different recipes in this game are crazy. How in-depth it goes. You can combine, multiple elements to get a different dish. Right now I'm gonna mix the steak with say 3 hearty truffles. So I have them all in my hand here. I drop them in the cooking pot.
One thing I really enjoy about my own gameplay that I've had is you can combine a lot of elements that in the real world would make sense, and then they turn into amazing recipes.
Right.
So you can apply real world logic to it. It's really cool.
So I just made a meal. I'm also going to mix this, let's say, let's do this. So I'm actually going to stop that. I'm going to take this bokoblin horn and mix it with this. Let's go with the cricket.
Yum.
So I take that.
Yum, yum.
Real world cooking.
Yeah, real world, exactly. There we go.
And that's going to be energizing elixir. So I can drink that to restore, like if I was climbing and about to run out of stamina, I'm able to drink that and restore some stamina to make it that extra.
In the moment.
Yeah, it's super helpful.
There's all sorts of these elixirs and meals you can make that will, power up your attack power, make you run faster. Stealth, give you an extra part of your stamina wheel. That's what I should actually, the stealth one would be nice.
You want to get some stealthy ingredients?
I don't know if I have any stealth ingredients, but I did cook this hearty meat and mushrooms.
Yes.
So it's going to fully recover my hearts and then add 3 additional hearts that are temporary. So those last until they're taken away by, obviously, a monster or a...
So making dishes like that are really useful for super strong enemies that you'll inevitably encounter.
Right.
I always make sure to have my entire menu just filled with those. Just tons of them.
They're super helpful if you're going on a big boss battle or some massive encounter.
And it makes me feel safe. Makes me feel safe having those in my inventory.
That's what's important.
Yeah.
So one thing I didn't mention is you actually obviously don't have to kill any animals. You could just, run
Take the
around.
pacifist route.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could run around.
Mushrooms, truffles.
Gather mushrooms. You could just hug trees like this and do whatever you want.
Yeah, you can get through the entire game that way if you want.
That's true.
Nice.
Flint, so that's going to be nice. So I can use that flint. So I have this kind of portable fire starter now.
Right.
So if I was out in the middle of nowhere and I just had a really nasty encounter with any sort of enemy, really, I would be able to. Actually, let me show you. I'm going to pull this woodcutter's axe out and switch to it real quick. I'm going to chop down this tree. 2 strokes. Turn that into some
Perfectly bundled, yet again.
Grab that apple. So what I can do here is I'm going to take that firewood, hold it, also hold the flint. I'm going to drop it right here. And I can take any metallic weapon and strike this flint. That's not metallic.
That is non-metallic.
Oh,
nice.
And suddenly I have a fire I can cook on.
It can warm you up.
Yeah, if I didn't have the right gear to be in a certain coldness level.
In higher altitudes. Yeah.
And so I can also cook things to increase my cold or heat resistance. So I'd be able to grab some spicy peppers, mix them with some steak and make some spicy steak.
Then you got yourself a skewer.
You got yourself a skewer. All right, let's see if I can, there's some fish down there. So one thing I love doing in this game is bomb fish.
Oh, yes.
So I'm going to toss that bomb.
Come on.
Totally with it.
Any over there? Let's check it out.
Where the fish at?
And so the fish come and go. So it's based on the time of day, whether they're actually around or not.
Get him.
Nice.
Oh,
nice. You got one?
I got one.
Nice.
Worth it.
You're just going to zoom up on it.
All right, so I can take that fish. I can also, spear fish or shoot arrows or fish and all that sort of stuff as well. But bomb fishing is just so extreme that I still got to show it off. All right, I'm going to grab this rusted broadsword because it may come in handy. Whoa! So if I run out of stamina while swimming, Link's in trouble. Because he's too tired to go any further.
Kind of makes like a gurgling noise and floats down into the water.
It's kind of
Poor Link.
All right, let's
you really have to plan out when you're trying to climb something or swim somewhere. You have to really think about it and look at your stamina gauge before you do it, because otherwise you will really end up in a bad situation.
Yeah. Paragliding down here. Back
so
into
these
the
boards
forest.
will actually charge you.
Oh man, that one's not having it.
He heard what you did to his buddy Gary, the boar.
Come back here.
Run, little boar, run!
Kendra's cheering for the boar.
You're not gonna realize.
Why are you coming back?
Oh,
You fool!
just want to hit him with a sword.
This is, of course, the ancient art of sword throwing hunting that
You've won this time before, but I'll be back.
didn't make it through the ages.
And if you were to land that, it would have dealt more damage than just shooting the arrow.
So the
Yeah.
hightail lizard, the hightail lizard, if I were to use that to prepare an elixir, that's going to give me an increased speed
boost
for swimming, running, climbing, all of that, which is really good.
So you can do hightail lizard and then like mushrooms. Do you know what that gives you? Have you done that? I don't know. I don't think I've done that yet.
Well, so
honey.
lizards, generally like insects and reptiles are not used in dishes, used in elixir. So that's actually, we didn't show that.
That would give you, okay, we should do that.
We should do that.
And just like in real life, they are extremely persistent.
Let's see how much.
Oh, they're not still chasing you.
I'm actually
Nice.
going to find that over. Let's see if we can show that off.
I just love the
this.
ambient sounds.
And look at this huge tree. I love just
Oh,
how
nice.
low they go. It's absolutely incredible. And he's fallen down and hollowed out. There's so many kind of unique little sections like this stuff. The level of detail and care that's been given to this to make it feel alive and unique is absolutely
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about sort of the depth of the cooking mechanics, and I remember when we had a video conference with the dev team, and they were like, "Hey, so here's the list of all the foods that you can make with all the items," and it was just this massive document. They were like, "Do you want that translated?" And we were like, "Oh, no, I fear that document. I don't know what we do."
Okay, so I forgot what I was going to do here.
This game definitely makes me hungry every time I play.
Oh, I was going to make something gross.
We were going to make something bad,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, do
Okay,
it.
so how, let's see. I'm
So
gonna
you
make
made
this-
all these wonderful things,
that's
some
gross.
that just replace hearts, replenish hearts, and some that give you certain abilities and new properties, but
this time, I'm going to take, what is that, a bird wing, a mushroom, a bokoblin thing, and a butterfly.
just a bunch of stuff.
Creative,
Toss them in
yes.
there. Let's see. And this is kind of a trial and error, you know. You have to be smart.
Oh.
Wait, that worked? Hey,
I haven't
look at
seen
that.
this one. Okay.
Spicy elixir.
Ooh, I'm all
That's
about that.
awesome.
Okay.
Sweet.
So that wasn't gross enough.
Everything you have is tasty.
That's the problem.
That is the problem. You need to go find some.
There's got to be something
Gross things.
I have. I don't know though. I may have just picked up delicious stuff. But let's try this.
And an acorn. I mean, acorns aren't the tastiest.
We'll try a butterfly and fish.
Fish, butterfly.
Oh,
fish.
there we go.
Okay, yeah.
I love the sounds.
Dubious food.
Yeah,
So
we can't even look at it. Just don't.
It's that gross. Okay.
So that's your failure
That
cooking.
was my failure. And that's the thing. You kind of have to experiment, find what you need and what you want at the time.
And you can still eat it, and it still kind of
totally,
helps you
yeah.
a little bit.
Yeah, it's what, 1 heart, I think, replenished?
Yeah.
All right. And what's cool is like you can spend all this time hunting and cooking and kind of finding out all the food, but you can also just, as you're moving from place to place, kind of find the things that are on the way. You don't have to necessarily go out of your way to always be hunting and gathering. It's just when it happens a bit.
Yeah, as you explore, you just run into all kinds of things you can collect. Like that.
7.
Oh,
Well, check it out.
man. Oh my goodness.
This new pattern.
Those were my alien shrooms.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. So
Oh
this
my
that
gosh.
See,
It detached its arm to attack you.
what's funny is I'm not really prepared for this fight. I don't know if I'm going to take this guy down.
I like that you're prioritizing the mushrooms too as you're running around. You're like, I gotta collect these. This is important.
Okay, so I wish I would have made myself like a speed boost so I could more easily get up to the back.
Yeah, spicy elixir ain't gonna do much for us here.
The temporary hearts, though.
We've got one skewer.
Yeah.
That's what we got.
Oh boy.
This is Step Talus, one of the major enemies on the plateau here.
So we have a weak spot as all good spots.
Obviously his weak spot. Nice. Get him! One thing I love about this game too is that you'll be walking around and it'll be all peaceful, you're just like, ah, and then all of a sudden this monster just emerges from the earth and starts back like throwing its arm at you.
So I actually just got wrecked in one shot by this guy. No! So I had hit his weak spot enough where it
starts spewing.
He dropped a very precious mineral, so I'd be able to pick that up and either sell that or use it for something else. But
so he's big and bad.
He's big and bad.
We were unprepared.
Right. So I didn't have very strong weapons, and also I have obviously starting gear. But as you progress in the game, you're going to get gear with way higher defense stats and all that. And that's what's so cool about this game is it throws a lot of those Zelda conventions out the window while keeping the core parts. But having stats to gear is just such like a breath of fresh air.
And I wouldn't necessarily say you were unprepared. You just wanted the challenge. You wanted to do it in a challenging way.
Yeah.
Right?
Challenging, ill-prepared way.
Yes.
So there are multiple ways.
But you can do it anyway.
Yeah,
I mean,
you really can.
Yeah, I mean, there are multiple ways to do it. Some people like that challenge of the gameplay. For me, the more satisfying thing is seeing something that I know I'm not prepared for, and then gearing up, coming back later, and being just like this ultra powerful. Like, you used to scare me, but now I'm just gonna destroy it.
The all-powerful Link.
But you know, kind of what you were touching on earlier, it's like, you know, you can go in there with super weak gear, and if you got like food or properties or an elixir that gave you speed boost, like suddenly you're much more agile and nimble when you're fighting that huge beast. And so that gives you like a whole nother area, sort of a leg up when you can still use Boko clubs and, you know, Bokoblin arms or whatever it is.
Totally.
As long as you're really patient.
No, I tried that.
So it's definitely worth taking the time to cook. Oh gosh.
So, yeah, I love that, the physics engine, just seeing Link crumple.
Link's ragdoll.
Ragdoll.
I feel like Link is hungry.
He's very hungry.
He's so hungry right now.
Ooh, little amber.
Nice.
Little amber.
Okay, so I need to eat. Did I eat? Ooh, this is a perfect time. So this is going to fill me up.
Link. Oh, nice.
Give me those
there we go.
So I should actually pop that before
we're going after the Step Palace. Yeah, that's all right.
That's all right. Okay. Let's see what else we got.
Because now this takes you out of one-shot territory, perhaps.
Right. One of that. And you'll find different things all over this place. So you'll pick up rocks. I mean, not always. Ooh, frog.
Ooh.
Frog. No, frog. Oh, I picked it up again.
Get it.
Where'd you go?
Oh,
I
it vanished.
So that hotfoot frog, they are fast frogs. If I was to use that in an elixir, that's going to give me a speed boost as well. And all these animals just all over the place. See if I can set the trap for this guy.
You know, we've talked about it before this morning, but you know, it really is, when you start talking about the cooking and gathering mechanics here, it really gets you thinking about how many different ways you can manipulate the environment and use these resources that are there to your advantage in so many different ways.
It's such an awesome new addition to the Zelda universe.
Really
I love it.
So I think the sun's going up. We might start.
Froggies? No? No froggies?
Ooh, I can see. That was not going to happen. Let's see what we got.
Get the fire going.
It's nighttime.
Fancy.
Just going to throw this in the grass.
Forest fire, good.
Smokey may not be very happy with that.
Why not?
So at nighttime, because it's a 24-day night cycle, actually, at nighttime, the temperature does drop. So depending on where you are, it may put you over that threshold where you're going to start taking damage, and that's where you would need something. I combined all those ingredients, and now I have the spicy elixir. I drink this. It's going to give me cold resistance for 9 minutes and 50 seconds. That's going to...
Which is a very substantial amount of time in the game, yeah.
Forever in Zelda time.
That's going to allow me to climb to the top of the peak. I wouldn't be able to get to otherwise. And you can kind of sequence it. I mean, the game's so open. You can honestly do things in almost whatever order. Well, I'm on.
That boar is still angry about his buddy Gary.
Yeah.
He's still angry.
It's like, that's the guy again.
There he is.
All right, let's see if any night insects come out. Jeez, man. I need some of that. What I should have done is cooked a stealth elixir. I think I can So this is going to be the stealth. What can I cook? Let's see if this works. Oh, my God. Let's try it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Good sign.
He's pleased.
Oh. So I combined the two, but it actually didn't give me... It just gave me hearts, essentially. It's not going to give me what I...
Again, it's not necessarily one-to-one. Like, this is about trial and error, experimentation.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
I found myself just like filling Link's arms with everything in my inventory all at once and then just dumping it in there and doing that repeatedly, and actually made a lot of really good dishes. I was surprised.
I really want to hit with this, but it's not happening. Something about throwing weapons is so satisfying in this, especially when you wear it down to the last hit. Oh yeah. And you throw it, and then it's a guaranteed critical hit when you're
seeing it shatter for extra damage across the Bokoblin's forehead.
It's always worth that risk.
Yeah.
Alright, so these guys are not asleep. There's this boar kind of running around the camp. Nice.
Oh, man. It's coming.
He's been found.
It's like so excited to see you.
Threw a rock over the wall. Did you see that? Just barely made it over the wall.
I'm trying to... They're not the sharpest. So if you hide from them...
Smitty's trying to be sneaky here. He wants to...
Oh my gosh.
Did I say sneaky?
Brutal.
Nice. Ooh, so now these Bokoblins here are actually chasing this boar. So
I like to go into sniper mode, stand really far back, and just they don't even know where it's coming from.
Yeah, see, I love this. They're going after they're going after that boar now. Like, they're living their own Bokoblin lives.
They're hungry too, yeah. They're just doing their own thing. I really feel for the boars. Oh my gosh.
Are they taking all their celebrating to do that?
Yeah.
Nice. Oh no, that's mine, man.
Uh-oh. Ah, yes.
Yeah. I throw everything I got out there.
Nice. All right, that's just about all we have time for. Thank you so much for watching the Hunting and Gathering section, Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3, and stay tuned to check out Shrine up next. Bye.
Hey folks, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. I'm Sam, joined by my colleagues Chico, Bill, and Norito. And we have a special guest with us this segment. Anuma-san is going to join us. Now, in the last few segments, we've given you a little bit of a taste of what you're going to find in the plateau. During this segment, we're actually going to take a little bit of a stroll around the outer edge, though, so we can see what kind of stuff we're going to be running into later on in the game.
今回は大地の周りの方ですね。をちょっと探索してみましょう。はい。
下手ですね。
ああ、言われました。
Hey Chico, you're not good. You're not very good at this.
And folks who are maybe just tuning in, this is Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. And yeah, wow. That's just
amazing
a cool
view.
horizon.
すごい綺麗な景色です。
Is another tower?
あれ、向こうにあるタワーかな。
I was wondering, Anuma-san, if you could talk to us a little bit about the different challenges that your team faced realizing a world of this scale.
こんなに大きい世界を作るっていうので、開発側で直面した難しい体験とかそういうものはありますでしょうか？
やっぱり広い世界でもね、ただただ広いだけじゃなくて、で今回登ってまたそこから飛び降りるみたいな遊びができますから、要所要所のそういう高い場所を用意して目指したくなるようなものをその周りに置いていくっていうね、そういう構造をとってますよね。
So it's a huge world, but we also wanted to create this vertical world as well, where Link will climb up high, and then where he can see these buildings or elements that are surrounding him. And we wanted to create something, an environment where he wanted to, we wanted to create something that he would want, and the player would want to go and search.
Incredible the different terrain that we see here.
こうやって望遠鏡で見るとね、あそこ行ってみたいなっていう場所がいろいろあるっていうのがいいですよね。
So the greatest thing about this is that when you use a telescope and look afar, you can see all these landmarks or elements that you want to go and check out.
今ビルはマーキングをしましたけど、こんな遠いところですね。
So Bill just dropped a pin, but as you can see, it's really far from where you're standing.
There's still more things to do behind that red pin too. That's how big that world is.
後ろにも結構まだまだマップの領域が
ありますね。
Yeah, that's right, Chico. There's a lot more you can do.
I think really, even within the plateau, it's like less than 2% of what people are going to experience in this game, which is kind of hard to wrap your brain around, but it's...
で今回E3 版では実際にプレイヤーが体験できる製品版の 2% ぐらいの領域しか行けないという。
そうですね。
Yeah, that's right.
I'm seeing a rather large lake over here out in the sun.
随分大きい湖が右手に見えてきましたけど。
There's some, and we've also obviously seen a volcano off in the distance.
で、はるか向こうには火山も見えてます。
And this time we see the Twin Peaks that were in the original NES artwork as well.
で、オリジナルのバージョンにあった二つ山も背景に見えます。
広い世界を作るにあたってはね、やっぱり過去からいろんな世界をハイラルっていうのは何度も僕らクリエイトしてきてるんですけど、その中の要素をやっぱりまた反映してね、広い世界を作ってるんですね。
So when we created this huge world, we made sure that we added these elements from the old Hyrule world, and then made sure to put them in.
It's interesting seeing here on this edge of the plateau that we're exploring, there's some really interesting structural elements that are there, these ruins that kind of make up the outer edge of the plateau.
この大地の橋の部分にはなんか遺跡っぽい感じのこういう構造物があります。それがすごく興味深いですね。
冒頭のシーンでもね、誰も寄りつけないような場所っていうふうに言ってるんですけど。逃げて。
Bill, run, Bill. Run. Oh,
でちょっと今ガーディアンっていうやつと戦いになっちゃった。
So sorry, I started talking about the. I started to answer your question, but Bill just got into a Guardian battle.
ガーディアンとの戦いが出るけど、僕もなんか気持ちがドキドキしちゃうんで。
So whenever I see anybody battling Guardians, I kind of get really excited and nervous too.
この場所はね、その聖域なんですね。人が近づけない。ってことは魔物も近づけない。そういう聖域だったはずなんですけどね。
So this area is supposed to be a sacred area where people can't easily come, nor any type of monsters.
でもいますよね。
そう、今やそういうのがいるっていうことは、じゃあどういうことなんだってことですよ。
すみませんね。
And then, but now they actually do exist. So the story is, what's going on here?
And obviously we see the castle off in the distance, and down below we can see some more ruins. You see these flags blowing in the wind. However, one of the things that you're not seeing here in the E3 version are any towns or any other characters, and there's a very specific reason for that. It's because we very specifically here at E3 don't want to go into story details and character details that might spoil the game for people. So rather than showing that off, we're focusing here on the E3 version. But I do want to reassure everyone that there are towns in the game. Once you get out into the world, you will encounter other people. And you can look forward to finding out more about their stories and the role that they play in this adventure.
今回 E3 版ではネタバレ防止のためにキャラクターだったり村だったりっていうものを入れることはなるべく控えるようにしたので、このような感じになりましたけども、ファンの皆様にはぜひお伝えしたいのがキャラクターだったり村っていうものはこの世界にも存在するということをぜひ。
そこはゼルダなんで。
Of course, this is Zelda.
Well, it's interesting actually thinking about the conversation we had with Miyamoto-san a little earlier about how it was a very conscious decision with the original Legend of Zelda game to hold off on revealing much about the story and just dropping into the experience. But it does make it a little challenging when you're talking about this game, because as much as it'd be great to talk about the story, it's really one that's best experienced organically when you just go through it and then get those little bits and pieces for yourself. So if we tell you everything, it kind of takes away from the joy of experiencing it.
ゲームの良さは自分でちょっとずつプレイして自然にだんだん自分のペースでストーリーというものをどんどん把握していく、見つけていくっていうことがすごく楽しいゲームなので、私たちの方でこういうふうにやってストーリーとかネタバレをしてしまうとユーザーさんの方もちゃんとした体験ができないので、これはとても大切なことなんです。
今回ね、特に徐々にこの世界が一体どういうものなのか、例えばリンクが今なぜここにいるのかとか、そういうことが徐々に分かってくるようになってるんで、それも言っちゃったらね、全然面白くないですから。
So it won't be fun if I told you why Link is here or why the story is the way it is, because the players are going to find it a little by little as they play. So I really want to not spoil your fun. I want to make sure that I don't spoil your fun.
Yeah, I'm hoping folks will trust us when we just say it's cool. Just wait and see, it's really cool. But for now, we'll just stick to what we're able to show.
I like this structure. I don't know what this is. Used to be a gate, maybe?
So I wonder, Aonuma-san, if we could talk a little bit more about the challenges as far as approaching difficulty in a game like this. When you have a non-linear progression, you can't control where people are going to go or what they're going to do here.
プレイヤーの方々がプレイしているときにここに行けっていうようなコントロールができない、このようなオープンエアの自由な選択肢がたくさんある世界っていうのを作る際にどのようなことを注意されて作られるんでしょうか。
僕自身がね、昔ゼルダを作ってた時っていうのはその世界で迷わないようにこっちに行ってあっちに行ってっていうのを全部入れてったそういう構造にしてったんですね。
So when I created Zelda games in the past, I made sure that I put a thing here or a thing there so people won't get lost.
ただこのゲームをある程度作ってきた過程の中で自分で遊んでみるとちょっとその世界で迷ったりしても自分がそっちに行って迷ってるんだから嫌じゃないんですよ。
So when I started developing this game and then I started playing it myself, I realized that whenever I get lost, it's actually not a bad experience because I'm the one that decided to go that way and then get lost. So it's just it worked out very well.
決められた道にしかなくてそこがなかなか見つからないっていうのはもうすごく嫌な感じなんですけど、自分で自由に行ってもしかしたらこっちかもしれないっていうその探索みたいなのが延々続いていくんですね、そっちの方が。それが面白いと思いました。
So when there's a set path and the players can't find that path, it gets really frustrating. But when it's an open air, when there's a world like this, a huge world where players can pick and choose where they want to go, it's really not a bad experience, and then it actually adds another layer of fun.
It doesn't feel like I'm lost. I'm just doing the long route to get to my destination and then just enjoying more things to do.
なんか迷うっていうよりも目的地にちょっと遠回りしたっていうような感じがあって、全然ネガティブな気はしません。
そうですよね。逆にだから近道しちゃったぞって時もあったりとかするんで、すごく自分でこう決めるってことはすごく重要なポイントだなと思います。
And then, on the other hand, sometimes you will find a shortcut, and then so it's really important that the players are able to find their own path and then choose their own path.
Now the other thing that we notice as we start to climb around the outer rim of the plateau here is the way that the geology changes out in the world as well. Take care of a few keys right there. Get those out of the way. But clearly you have sort of separated from the plateau that we're on is sort of this other rocky high point here. And then I think as we get kind of closer to the mountains on the other side, we'll get a look at some other terrain that we don't see in other parts of the world.
ここの端っこの方を大地の端っこを歩いていくといろいろな地形というものが見えてきまして、で今までいたエリアからこう比べてみますとこういうふうな岩のゴツゴツした山だったり、あとはるか遠くにはまた違った地形っていうものが見えてきます。
Sunrise.
So beautiful.
ね、セントラルハイラルって、ここの地名は言ってるんですけど、だから周りにあるのはその中央に向かっていろんなね地方があって、これ昔ハイラル平原というのがあって、その周りにこう地方がこうあるみたいな構造とちょっと似てるんですけど。
So we call this the Central High Road, and then as you can see, there's a lot of different areas and districts that surround it, and then it's kind of similar to what we've created in the past as well.
なのでこのリンクはこの大地から飛び降りるんですが、その先にどこに行くかは本当に自由なんです。
So eventually Link will jump off of this plateau, but wherever the player wants to go is up to them. They can choose wherever they want to jump from.
And what's interesting is that actually choosing where to jump off the plateau will have an impact on what you experience next in the world, because the plateau itself is so big, and jumping off on one side of it, is going to leave you obviously in a very specific area, and it may not be the area that you're actually hoping to get to. It just depends on where you decide to jump down.
大地自体がとても大きいので、そのプレイヤーが飛び降りようとした場所によって、体験がそれぞれいろいろなまた体験ができる。で本当に例えば行きたかったところとは反対側のところにたどり着いてしまうかもしれないけど、それもまた醍醐味の一つ。
So it's important to have the warp spot opened up so you can travel between the different warp spots. But I think they'll usually avoid opening up those warp spots, so it make it harder for you.
ワープできるそういうポイントっていうのはちゃんとアンロックする必要がありますね。でもビルはアンロックしたがらないから。
そう、ここら行きたがらないタイプなんで、後で自分が苦労するっていう。
なんでそんなことするの
？I actually, when I first jumped off the plateau, playing back at the office, I went all the way to the far side of the map without checking any of the shrines of trials and without opening any of them up, so that by the time I got to the far side of the map, I realized it was going to take me a while to get back.
ビルが初めてプレイした時にここらに全然入らなかったので、これマップの一番最後向こう側何があるんだろうって走ってったら、これ戻るのにまた同じぐらいの時間かかるんだなっていうので、かなりびっくりしました。
100人いれば100通りのプレイの仕方があるという、ビルのやり方は普通のやり方じゃない。
As I said before, I'm a little reckless.
So there is 100 ways for 100 players to play, and there's
I won't choose that way.
There's a way for Bill to play this game.
And that's just been very interesting at the office, watching other members of your dev team play this game and seeing all the different approaches that they have personally as they try out the game and try out different areas.
Sorry, could you repeat that again?
Oh, sure, sorry. I was just saying that it's got to be pretty educational to watch how different members of the dev team play this game as they're playing at the office as well, with how many different approaches there are.
で開発チームの中で皆さんがいろいろなプレーの仕方っていうのをしてると思うんですけれども、そういうのを見るのでもこういう風なプレーの仕方があるんだなっていうような毎回学ぶっていうようなことはありますか？
そうなんですよ。僕にね、全てのね、その隠してある操作とか教えてくれないんですよ。例えば敵と戦う時も、多分ね、もうちょっとなんか技があるんですよね。だから僕全部多分知らないですね。
So they actually hide these like hidden controls for me, and then so when I'm fighting an enemy, I know that there is a control that would be able to defeat these enemies really easily, but for some reason they hide it from me.
They just don't tell him.
影でちょっとクスクス笑ってる感じですか？
そうです。
Yeah, exactly.
So now we're getting into an area where you know, I like to step out, take a look around. This is sort of the part of the game that reminds me a bit of Utah.
でここはビルの切りの場所でここからいろいろ景色を見るのが好きなんだけども、その理由の一つとしてはユタ州っぽい。はい。Did you see what it was? What that thing was at the bottom?
Oh yeah, it looks like a little shrine down there.
祠っぽいですね。
祠っぽいね。
Yep, that's right.
I can only imagine how many things are hidden in the cliffs as well. Every time you look at a new vista, you're just like, oh, there's stuff to find.
周りを見ると、峠とか岬なんかを見ると、あそこにも隠れてるんじゃないかっていうような気がしてたまらないんですよね。
Nice.
うまい。
Nice. Anuma-san, could you tell us a little bit more about the, I guess, the challenges involved for the dev team with creating the AI for this game? Because we've got so many interesting interactions with how the monsters and the different animals in the environment interact with the weather and the time of day and everything else that's going on, even if Link's not really doing anything to them.
今回そのモンスターの動きだったり天気だったりすごくいろんなAI の部分での開発っていうのが何やって興味深いものになっていると思うんですけれども、そこら辺の開発フェアみたいなと教えていただけないでしょうか。
そうですね。この森ブリンっていうのはいつもここ最近のゼルダのタイトルの中に必ず雑魚敵って言いますけど出てくる敵で、まずこの敵から設計に入ってくるんですね。この敵で何がどこまでできるだろうかって。でやりすぎてもちょっとあれだし、でもちょっと人間味のあるようなことをやってるみたいな、そういうモンスターにするとちょっとこういたずらっぽくやってみようかみたいな気持ちを生まれたりするので、ただただ怖いだけじゃなくてちょっと面白いっていうものになるっていうね。
So these bokoblins you see here are what's considered to be maybe more the weaker enemies in this game, but it's really fun to add a little bit of like personality to them, make them a little bit mischievous, give them a little personality. So when you're interacting with them, it adds another layer to the whole experience.
They scratch their butt, then they scratch their armpit, and then they eat something. It's just, I don't know what they're eating.
脇の下に手突っ込んでなんかちょっと食べる仕草っていうのがあるんですが、あれは一体何なんですか？
僕もすごくわからない。
I actually don't know that either.
Oh, I think we caught it at the office. Nick was talking about. He's like, "Do you know what the bokoblins do?" Oh my gosh!
結構オフィス内でもボコブリンの変な仕草っていうのが話題になってます。
性格出てますよね。
なんかどうなんですか。
So this was
猿とかこういろいろ動きをよく見たりとかしたんじゃないですかね。
So maybe they referenced it from other animals and kind of observed it, and then try to add that element in.
So that was over there was a little tree fort that we just explored and defeated. It's actually a fairly small one, but when you get off of the plateau, you start to come across bigger tree forts with more enemies and certainly more challenging enemies. And those tree forts tend to be places where you're going to find more powerful weapons, some better treasures and things like that. And so there's really a lot that's waiting off of the plateau for you. And I'm going to eat some food here
I don't think you have
so that we can continue to explore the outer rim before we get a look at a few other things, which we're going to show in video form in a little bit.
大地を降りていくと、いろいろともっと強い敵だったりとか、いろいろなまた違ったものを発見できたり、そういうものに遭遇していく。
So I was curious when Miyamoto-san stopped by earlier, we were talking about his childhood love of hiking and how that really fed into the original Legend of Zelda and the work he's done here. Is that a hobby that you guys share? Have you been doing some hiking yourself to get ready for this game?
先ほど宮本さんがいらっしゃった時にハイキングをされているっていう話になって、そのハイキングをすることがいろいろな作られたゲーム初代のゼルダなんかにも影響を与えているっていうようなお話を伺ったんですけども、青沼さんご自身はそのようなことをされてハイキングとか行かれたりするんですか？
一緒に行ったりするんですか？
あんまりボスとねハイキングしてる社員っていないんじゃないですか。
I don't think there's too many people that go on hiking trips with their bosses.
僕はねハイキング田舎が長野県っていう山がたくさんあるね逆に海ないんですけどなのでちっちゃい頃からよく山には登りました。
I'm from an area called Nagano Prefecture, and then Nagano actually is not surrounded by any water, and there's a lot of mountains. So growing up, I climbed a lot of mountains.
This actually looks kind of like Yarigatake in Nagano.
It kind of looks like Yarigatake Mountain here.
でもね僕ね実はそんな田舎が大嫌いで都会に行きたかった。
And I actually hated that countryside growing up, so I really wanted to go into the city.
だから大自然とか言ってんだけど意外ともっと都会の方がいいのにとか思いながらやってるかも。
でもこれを見たら長野に帰りたいと思うでしょ。
まあちょっとね。
So I created this world, a big, huge nature and the wilderness, but I'm kind of thinking in the back of my head, you know, like I've always been a kind of a city-loving boy.
Also, this is a good way to explore and never leave the comfort of home.
僕がちっちゃい頃このリンクみたいにどこでも登れる力があったら多分大好きなんだと思う。
And then if I had the power, like Link here, to be able to climb anywhere that I wanted, then I probably would have loved nature more.
今からでも遅くない。頑張りましょう。
What do you think, Bill? Where are we going to head?
Well, I think what we're going to do is I'll climb up this way and see if I can, you know, it's been a while since I've been skiing. That being June and all, I was going to do some quick shield surfing down the mountain, and then we were going to take a look at some videos that Aonuma-san brought.
Oh, that's right.
That are going to take us actually off the plateau for the first time here at E3. Is that correct, Aonuma-san?
でまずはビルの方でシールドサーフしてでその後に青沼さんが今回持ってきていただいた映像の方をご紹介いただけるということでこの映像にはこの大地を飛び降りた後何があるのかっていうものが紹介されているとのことですが。
See, Bill always ski. He doesn't snowboard. There's a reason for it. So,
ビルはスキー派でスノボー派じゃないんですけども、まあそれにはこのような理由があって。
That is the perfect time to go to video.
Oh, that's good. ゲームオーバーになったということで、では次は映像のご紹介。
そうですね。パラセールでね、第一以外のところを飛んでる映像です。これね、ビルが言ってた双子山です。
So this right here is the Twin Peaks that Bill was talking about earlier. I'll be paragliding all around the area.
ちょうど大地を逆から見てる。
So you're actually looking at the plateau from the other side here.
It's an amazing view.
はい、次はね、ユタ州。
So this is what Bill calls Utah.
Hello, Street Pass Utah friends.
So interesting. Just, I mean, even from this height, I'm seeing so many things that I want to explore down there.
この高さからでも、ここ行ってみたいな、あそこ行ってみたいなっていうような、いろいろなロケーションが見えます。
Link has different hairstyle too.
なんかリンク髪型が違う。
ちょっと服もまた違ってるところに来てます。
And then he may have different clothes on here too.
このね、本当にダイビングする感じがね、結構気持ちいいんですよ。
So this, what you see like a little diving sequence is actually really fun to do.
で、ほら今 BGM がやってきたでしょ。もう気持ちがガッとくるね。
And it says you heard that little song there. You know, like how it really touches your emotions.
It's open air music. It's very nice.
はい。で、雪山ですね。これはね、すごい吹雪。
This right here is this very snowy mountain.
The music is different too.
また音楽はここでも違いますね。
Yeah, I really love how with the audio, you get such a sense of presence in the environment. Because you're hearing little bits of music, but you're more often paying attention to the animals, the sounds of the wind in the trees, and it really immerses you in this experience.
Nice.
自然のその環境音、いろいろな動物の足音だったり、風の音だったり、そういうものが本当にゲームプレイにさらなるまた新たな一面というか、新たな要素を追加してくるので、すごいその点が面白いです。
はい。 そしたら最後にもう一つ取っときの
Yes.
So I have another treat for you guys.
今そこに出てますけど、ガーディアンね、さっきも言ったこいつと戦うシーンに入るともうドキドキする。さあ始めましょう。
So Guardian that you saw on the big screen.
E3 版とは違って足を持ってバーッと追っかけてください。
So unlike the one you see in the E3 version, it actually the legs move and it comes after you.
あれに複数追いかけられると怖いんですよね。
Whoever did this is a very good shot.
It's amazing.
これを今打ってる人かなり上手なプレー。
Oh wow.
He makes it look easy, but I don't think it's that easy.
なんか随分簡単に見えますけども、全然簡単じゃないですね。
そうですね。スタッフの中でもゲームプレイすごい上手い人が撮ってくれたんで、こういう綺麗な感じになってます。多分途中でバーってやられて。
私は簡単に死んでますね。
So I had one of the staff members that is really good at gameplay have played this game, so I can take a footage.
Yeah, well, Link is supposed to represent the Triforce of Courage. I have not yet had the courage to try to defeat a Guardian.
ちょっとまだガーディアンを倒す勇気というものをまだ私は
リンクのようにはないそうです。
そうない。
だってずっとゲームを続けてきたら、あ、いけそうって思うようになる。
You just continue playing, and then one day you'll feel like you're ready to go.
You get there.
When you do it, can you call us in your office so we can watch? Because I want to see how it's going. I think it's going to be a challenge.
できるようになったらビルのオフィスに呼んで見せてください。
So there, Anuma-san, is there anything else that you'd like to share with us? We've got, I think, a little bit of time left before we have to head out.
もしアヌマさんの方からまた何か他にもファンの方々に紹介したい内容ですとか要素なんかがあればお話しいただけますでしょうか。
いやもうね、言いたいことは山ほどあるんですけど、この2人に止められてますから。
2人に
There's a lot that I really want to share, but these two are holding me back.
Wait a minute. You should say things like that. People are going to start sending me.
でもね、今回その E3 版でリンクができることってのは、まあ基本のことはね、体験してもらえると思うんですけど、まだまだもう先にいろんなものがあるので、ぜひそれは製品版を期待してほしいと思いますね。
So I think you could get the basic experience from the E3 version, but please do understand that there's a lot more waiting for you with the release version.
Excited. Hopefully soon we'll be able to share more details and little bits as we go. But Anuma-san, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your time here. I know you must be extremely busy here at the show, but it was really great to see you again. And everybody else, please come back soon. We'll be getting some more gameplay going. Thank you for joining us. Folks are watching again. That was Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, which is going to be coming out for Wii U and then next year. And stay tuned. Actually, we've got kind of a cool surprise coming up next. We've been given special permission to check out a couple of shrines that are off the plateau. So we're actually going to take a little bit of adventure down that way ourselves.
That's right. There's four shrines on the plateau here in the E3 version. And I think we're going to take a look at maybe 2 more that are not available on the show floor version and that no one has seen before, and that'll be coming up in the next segment.
Yes, so please stay tuned, and thanks so much for joining us.
ありがとうございました。
Hey guys, welcome back to Treehouse Live. We're here for some more Chico wrecking havoc and mayhem in Hyrule. I mean, shrines. We're going to see some more shrines. So Chico.
I am not destroying anything this time.
So you say. So everybody knows that we've had the E3 demo. We've got 4 shrines that are on the plateau for the demo. But what Chico's going to walk us through here is 2 additional shrines that...
Outside the plateau.
Outside the plateau. No one has seen this yet. No one's seen this before. And nobody... This is a little exclusive, non-show floor exclusive. So.
Yeah. So we just want to make sure, we just want to show like there are a lot of different types of shrines and trials. And this one's definitely much bigger than the ones you've seen on the Great Plateau. I think the monk is over there, I think. So we have to go all the way up there. Looks like there's like huge like wheel thing. Let's go. There's something inside, like a porky metal something.
That wheel thing looks like a giant constellation wheel. Looks so cool.
I don't like those.
Oh, yeah, they look a little dangerous.
I don't know. Do I want to go in there? Ah!
Nice.
There's only one entry point. It's inside.
Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, so I have to go up there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oops, 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 oops. I guess I can't go that way, didn't I? Just have to go there.
So this puzzle is really unique. It looks like a giant clockwork mechanism, and it looks like
I can't go up.
Chico may need to use a variety of different abilities and powers through the Sheikah Slate.
Do you think I can build this thing?
Oh, yeah. But they're metally, so...
I don't know if I like these guys. They're gonna
Spiky mean bad.
Yeah.
They're gonna come attacking me later. You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? If I see something I don't like, or maybe not that one.
Explode?
She was about to wreak havoc.
You know what? If I don't like it, I just remove it.
Okay.
Seems about right.
Bye-bye.
You go over there.
Just to make my life safe. I'm sure Ed would like to just have those things inside and then solve that thing in the right way.
No, there's
no right way, right?
Yeah,
this
there's
is
no
my
wrong
right
way.
way. Okay.
But this
Don't
is great.
judge me.
This is indicative of the many different styles and types of environmental puzzles that this game is filled with.
See, this guy can definitely damage me if I keep it. Oops.
Even though he's a little baby spiky ball.
Yeah, I love babies.
Just not this particular
not
baby.
this one. See? He's trying. He's trying to come.
Oh, he is?
Oh, wait. Ah! Oh! Haha.
Nice.
I fooled him.
Pull out the stasis room
So
here.
looks like I have to do that.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, looks like I can use that. So I have to go to the other side, wait for the right platform to come. I'm just gonna walk here. Wait for it. Ha!
Nice.
Ah!
Oh, close.
Nice catch.
Uh-oh. Should I do it one more time? Yeah. Oh, there. No, I can just go. Oh!
Chico.
Did I die?
Oh.
I did die.
Okay, you know what? We were wrong. There is a wrong way to solve this puzzle, actually, and I think that was it. So.
Next time I won't.
Yes.
Sorry.
One thing that's really cool about the rage sometimes is that you can let it continue to go for the duration of the timer, or you can actually break it early.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Cross points in the game where you find it.
You'll want to do that, yeah.
Okay. This time, I'm not gonna get the babies out. Keep the babies
I
inside.
love the design.
Yeah.
It's just, it's so cool. And the more I see of this game, it's just like more and more sort of breathtaking moments.
I can't go until the next. Oh! See? Those babies remember me.
They're out to have you.
I am not.
They're
leaving
yeah, they
them.
do.
No. They're there to kill me. I
now
am
it's
not.
personal. There you go.
Okay. So, mommy's gone. Just so you guys know, I do have kids of my own, so I do have babies. These are not real babies, so don't hate me for doing this.
This is not a portrayal of your family life at home.
I love my family.
It's not an indication of anything at home.
Not this one. Prepare, try to go a little quick. Now you guys don't want to see me
As
fall
the
and die
angle
again.
changes,
So.
able to get up there, nice.
Really?
You'll always have it.
I'm
time's the
so
charm.
sorry, guys.
No worries. This is we want to take our time. We
I
want to explore.
just
We want
can't
to see.
believe I did that.
Well, and it also shows people how challenging it is.
Yeah, it's true, because Chico's only logged in like 130 hours of the game.
I did not. Not that far yet.
But it's really cool to see because in the previous shrines that we played, we only used one single ability in order to solve the puzzle. But here, we've got two that we need to work in tangent, and we have to time them in order to solve it.
I'm sure it will have perfects for them playing this one too.
There you go. Nice.
You think we can do this?
Good thing you got the crouch in.
You got this.
I see the highly. Okay, I'm not gonna fall. Okay.
Nice. Almost there.
Going for a ride.
Nice.
Nice.
All right.
Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done.
One person was clapping for Chico.
So there's also treasure chest over there. So but I would love to go, but I'm kind of nervous now, so I'm just not gonna go.
Okay.
So we have one more.
There will be more. There will be more where that came from.
Nice.
So.
That was a risky way of doing that, but you could
Well
have
done.
stopped the stairs, so then you could have just easily climbed through it.
Okay, so got there.
Another very patient man
Good work.
waiting for you.
This one has his little
The
towel
veil.
in front of his face.
We can't see how happy he is this time.
After I get his, or I can actually go back. I did get the treasure chest, I think. Did I prove it? I don't know. Maybe he's gonna make me go through this one more time. I don't think he's convinced. I'm not the hero yet.
I love it.
So then I opened up this warp spot in front of the shrine. So if I can use this place to travel further out from here and come back later. Having the warp spot is very nice and helpful. Not having those.
So those of you who are just tuning in right now, there was an earlier segment that we talked about the spirit orbs that you gain completing the shrines. And in the Treehouse Live version, the spirit orbs would allow you to get the parasol. But in the real game, there's something extra special that you can actually obtain with all of them, but we're not going to talk about that.
Might be a bit of a secret,
yeah,
one might say.
It's something for you to just find out for yourself.
Okay, so that's the end of it. So we're going to move on to the next one.
Good work.
Yeah.
Good work.
Well done.
Thank you.
Swap out.
Even though I died, did I die twice or once?
You died once, and you failed a couple times. So
that was intense. Okay.
Way to be supportive.
I know. Yeah, this is. I'm trying to be supportive through accuracy of language and events. And it's not working out.
You mean tough love, right?
So
you did great. It was
we're in
awesome.
the next one. This one seems a lot bigger than the one we just did too. So this is one of the bigger one I experienced so far. Looks very different. Very high.
Wow, look at that ceiling.
Amazing. It's kind of beautiful. Okay, and obviously there's
Survey
this
the
giant
area.
ball in front of me.
We also talked earlier about, for people who didn't catch it, but inside the shrines you aren't actually able to climb the walls. They're very smooth. So obviously you have to find your way through by solving the puzzles.
That's right. And it looks like in this one we have a variety of different puzzles to solve, so it'll be really interesting to see how Chico manages to get through
So
them.
there's
I love
a
this one.
giant stone or rock ball.
Oh, this
There's
is
a
really
door.
good feeling. I like this one too.
So Chico's going to do it with magnesis, but the way that I actually did it when I first went through was locking it.
You use stasis room.
With stasis, and then hitting it multiple times, and then it just slammed open the doors.
Yeah, I tried that too, but I did it like when I was standing right behind the ball.
Oh, yeah,
When
and
it
then it
came back and
backfired.
it just killed me. So I don't think people want to see me die twice in that one segment. So I decided not to do that.
It is kind of hard to judge where it's going to go flying.
Yeah.
So into your face is probably not the preferred method.
But yeah, there's multiple ways to solve many different kind of puzzles. And some people just run and try to prove they're good at it, and then I just can't. I'm not good at it. I know I'm not that great, so I'm just gonna be safe and
My first time through here, I totally just booked through there, and I was like, oh, sweet, that wasn't so hard. Went back and I haven't done it again since.
Once is enough.
No. There's a baby guardian thing. Oops. Wait, do I have? Yeah, I do have both.
Look out.
You lure them.
Does he know I'm here?
Lure them around the corner.
Oh, he doesn't know. He's waiting.
Just hanging out. Oh, nice shot. Setting things on fire again. Oh, nice.
Yes. Typical
And the
fire
kill
solution
too.
to everything. Yes,
Ha-ha.
game. I agree.
Guidance. So we already did like 3 different puzzles in this shrine. It looks like there's more to do it. Let's see what's next. I wonder if I can move this thing. No, it's too big. Oh wait.
Don't pass that one out.
Yeah, that's right. Can't leave the treasure
I already
behind.
left 2 treasure chests in the last shrine.
And each time you get a new item, the description pops up, but that's only going on in the demo specifically because each time we start a new string, we then are collecting those for the first time. But in the full version of the game, once you collect something, it pops up just once, and then that's it.
There's nothing in it. Yeah, and then I actually like having those information come up because that way I know exactly what I'm getting and how, wait, stop! What? Why are there so many of these guys?
They're very aggressive.
Oh, let me do it. That's it.
Nice.
Shots. Awesome shots.
There's another one. I know there's another one.
It's
Is he
just
trying to hide
hiding
from
in the
me?
corner.
I think it's
more
of you.
scared of you.
Yeah.
It knows that you're a pyro, Chico.
Ha! Oh, no.
Nice shot.
Nice.
Well done.
Awesome. Sorry. So it looks like there's another big stone wall or door. There's something on this side. Can't go through. There. Oh, there's a monk, so I have to go over there.
It's up top.
So I guess we have to go around.
You don't fool me anymore. There's nothing in it.
Oh.
This looks really suspicious.
It does. Do you think there's a secret door underneath?
Ah! Oh! I knew it. I knew it. These tricky guys. Look. Giant hammer!
This
Looky
is pretty
here.
cool puzzle. I do like this one a lot.
So this is another puzzle. This is kind of unique because it uses different kind of physics and a different feature of the game. So what I can do is actually using the Wii U gamepad, and then the hammer actually moves as I move. So
Not good.
oh,
Almost.
Okay.
I don't want to do it too hard.
It just goes flying.
Oh, wait.
Oh! Oh, no. Try again.
Had you never done that before? The terror on your face. It's gone. I
can't solve this puzzle.
You have another. Yeah,
Yes.
nice.
Nailed it. Yay.
Oh.
You did it. That must be the best feeling in the world
Yeah.
right now for you.
I love
If
how
I
the
didn't have
classic
the bowl.
Zelda sound effects are orchestrated now.
Yeah.
It's so pretty.
Yeah, I don't mind having those usual or the music going on constantly, but having those kind of a special moment with the sound effect is very nice.
It just allows you to soak in the ambience of the shrine and, appreciate its mysteriousness.
Yeah.
I like playing this game wearing headphones because I want to be in this world, experiencing it with Link.
Completely immersed. Yeah.
Okay, another puzzle. You're not fooling me. You already fooled me once.
Oh, nice. I hadn't done that before. Okay. That's good.
So there's another door. There's the ball.
Giant switch.
Huh.
Oh, this would be fun.
And there's the door.
It looks like the ball needs to fly over to the other side of the room.
But then there's that thing stopping the ball.
Wrapped up in some ivy or something up there.
I can actually do
More
that.
fire. I like that touch. If you don't have fire arrows in your inventory, you can just use regular arrows, go to the nearest fire pit or something, and then automatically have fire arrows.
Yeah. Or if you have flint, wood, and a metal object.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay. Jump.
Go.
What? Why the ball is not going?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
I have
little
to
bit
time
of-
it, don't I?
It looks like it.
Okay. I can do this.
Take 3.
I can do this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Got this. How many puzzles did we do? Did you guys count? 3?
That's a lot of
That was
that.
more than 3.
About 3 or 4.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Oh. So it does open the door. It's like, it looks like it's like a train or something on the rail.
So this one, I think Chico's going to use the ability of what Kendra was talking about in the beginning of this trial. There was multiple ways of solving it, and so, yeah.
Oh, stasis?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I almost killed myself, but so bomb is not the right way.
It's not working.
Coming back. So yeah, I'm gonna do the stasis. I should have listened to Tindra.
Lock it, then wail on it. Go to town.
Let's see it fly. Building up the energy. So when it's released.
Wow. You can even see that red arrow giving feedback that it's reached its max.
And you can also direct the arrow, so the way that you're facing when you hit the object is the way that it will take off.
You can direct where all that stored up energy goes, which direction it takes off in.
Okay.
And it also deals damage to your weapons, so you gotta make sure you have plenty of weapons on hand at all times.
Okay, so the monk is up there, but there's also treasure chest.
Whoa.
Okay, let me go get the treasure chest first. I'm the kind of player I want to collect everything I can find. And
I am
feel
too.
bad. Yeah.
I'm a bit of a completionist in that aspect. I need to find everything and look for everything and collect everything.
So I already feel bad about leaving those treasure chests in the last dungeons. I mean, shrines.
You're making up for it now, though.
Yep. And picking up the arrow I used.
Don't drop that arrow.
I know.
Go for a ride.
Nice.
Ah!
We did it, almost.
Let me see the view from here. So, where did I start? So I actually started from here? Where's the water thing?
Down there.
Wow, it's so labyrinthine, it's hard to get
so
your
over there,
yeah.
yeah,
Top
to
right
the,
corner.
in the right corner. And I started doing that one. Yeah, there are a lot of puzzles in this one. So it's not different from what we saw in the Great Plateau.
It's a giant labyrinth of just all these different trials, and it certainly met its namesake, so it was cool.
Okay, so let's get the spirit bowl. Another one. I like that touch. Like, ooh.
Yeah. I love that shattering. Like
Yes.
it's just like
What is that?
That line, it's like, is it energy? Is it a solid? And it comes out in these like little like magical, beautiful splinters.
Yeah.
And it reacts only to Link's touch.
Right. It's really cool.
Can you pronounce his name? His name was kind of hard to
Kamyatach.
Yeah, I'm not going to try.
I can't do that.
Just not.
You're developing your Hylian accent very well, Chica.
Sorry.
Sounds good.
Okay, so that's the end of the second special dungeon. I mean,
Yeah.
keep saying that. Shrine, no trial.
Yes, it is a shrine.
Yeah.
And we got the final orb, and that is actually the end of Treehouse Live for today. This is
Today,
the end
that's
of
our
day
last
one.
one.
Yes, this is Sally.
It went by so fast.
I know, it did.
It's kind of weird. That it's over.
Well, we'd like to thank Reggie for opening up the segment today. We'd also like to thank Mr. Onuma and Mr. Miyamoto for coming by and talking about their favorite moments, all these really cool development things about the game. I want to thank personally my Treehouse family over here, the crew, the entire Nintendo family and crew behind us that are keeping the engines running and making the entire booth amazing. It looks super, super cool. And especially want to thank the audience and you viewers at home, because honestly, if it wasn't for you and your support, we wouldn't be doing this. And we love sharing you our passion and the games, and they're so cool, and we love geeking out with you. So thank you so much. So again, this is the end of day one of Treehouse Live. There is more tomorrow, so stick around. We have so much more to talk about. And up next is Nintendo Minute, so stay tuned. Have a good night.
Night. Thank you.